with this group, and let's say hello to Andre Gonzalez and find out what exactly this course is playing like today. Dre, it's 86 degrees right now, 58% humidity. It feels even more than that.
It definitely does. I tried to get Brendan in the booth to come on out here and trade with me. He didn't want any part of it. It is getting toasty, and with the rain that they've had the last 6 days, some 4 inches, starting to see some mud balls out here, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as these guys get their round started. Yeah, no doubt about it. Actually spoke with some guys yesterday on the range, just wondering, do you ever practice with a mud ball to see where it goes? And they said, no. So they know where it goes. If the mud is on the right, it's probably going left. If it's on the left, it's probably going right. And this group that we get to follow of Jordan Spieth, Patrick Reed, Ludvig Oberg, Brendan, a lot of storylines to talk about. Jordan Spieth, the storyline, it writes itself. We just saw Rory McIlroy become the 6th player to join the career Grand Slam, and here is Jordan Spieth after the Masters, a chance to join it as well.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Jordan Spieth, the 9th attempt at the career Grand Slam. And, well, he said it himself, Justin, that this is always going to be the hardest one for him to win. It's a variety of different golf courses. You know, obviously Augusta, you're going back to the same place every time. And he just said the PGA was always going to be the most difficult one for him to win as far as course setup goes.
And as far as the career Grand Slam is concerned, no player has completed the career Grand Slam with the PGA Championship. So he's trying to do something that no other player in history has done. Now, he'll be playing alongside Patrick Reed, guys who have played a lot of golf together in the past, not so much recently. Patrick Reed, though, this 34-year-old, you think about what he's done. He won the 2018 Masters. He finished tied for 2nd in the PGA in 2017, which, by the way, was held here at Quail Hollow.
And he's one of those guys that's got one of the dominant short games in the game of golf. Very, very good around the greens. Actually, the golf game of Patrick Reed and Jordan Spieth, not very dissimilar. So we're going to see 2 guys that are really going to put their short game to test today. Typically not the straightest drivers in the world, but that always makes for great viewing for us.
Finished 3rd at the Masters in April. And then you have those 2 veterans and then this young guy, the 25-year-old Ludvig Oberg. I often refer to him as Ivan Drago because he seems like a robot. He's like, I will crush you. But he's actually coming off back-to-back disappointing performances where he was tied for 54th at the RBC Heritage, tied for 60th at the Truist Championship.
And you watch Ludvig Oberg play, and you don't think he's ever going to play poorly. He's just, I mean, you said it there, like a robot hitting the golf ball, and he's an absolute flusher. You can see there, just his 6th career major championship, so still very, very new to the major game, but he's shown that he's got himself in contention a couple times at Augusta, got himself in early contention at Pinehurst last year, so he's got a game that is ripe and ready for the big occasion.
Basically, if he is in contention, if he makes the cut at a major, he's going to be in contention on Sunday. That is what everybody is playing for. The Wanamaker Trophy here at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. The 107th PGA Championship here on ESPN+. Welcome back here to Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. This place is absolutely spectacular. Hosted the 2017 PGA Championship, the first of two majors for Justin Thomas, and then 2021, the President's Cup. And now, this is what this course is known for, the Green Mile. It is like playing a mile long.
It is. It's an absolutely, just an absolutely mind-bogglingly difficult finish there. And well, it doesn't get very easy off the start either. The first hole here is a dogleg from left to right. You've got to avoid some deep bunkers down that left side. Ideally, you'd like to hit a nice high fade, get it chasing down that fairway. Well, and then we've got a tough pin location cut in that back left corner today. You want nothing to do with short-sided over there in that left bunker. And it's a tough start, and it's a tough, tough finish.
Yeah, you can't get a tougher finish maybe in all of golf than what we have here at Quail Hollow. The 1:25 tee time. It's amazing how much warmer it is today than it has been the previous 3 days here.
We saw Jordan Spieth going to the towel there, wiping off the brow. We're going to see a lot of that today. It's sticky out there. It's pretty still. Still not a whole lot of breeze, and it's warming up as we speak.
Yes, sir.
So this being the afternoon wave, Brendan, I think there's a lot of surprises as we take a look at this first page of the leaderboard.
You know, Justin, the storylines coming in were all about the top 3 or top 4 players in the world. You throw Bryson DeChambeau in there as a big storyline. None of that has unfolded. We saw that marquee group go out early this morning with Scheffler, Schauffele, and McIlroy, and all 3 of those guys struggled. The names that are not close to this first page of the leaderboard, but as we're looking down at them, Luke Donald was the biggest surprise to me. He really hasn't played much golf, and he got it in with a bogey-free -4 today.
It's pretty remarkable when you look at the names who are on these first 2 pages. The biggest name you would say is Jon Rahm there, tied for 15th at 1 under. But again, Stephen Jaeger, Ryan Gerard tied at 5 under. As we head out to the first tee in the announcement of this group.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:25 tee-off time. Now on the tee from Texas, Jordan Spieth.
Anywhere on that last mark is money. Middle of it perfectly. Quarter in. Middle of it perfectly? Yep. Anywhere on is great.
Jordan Spieth's chase for the career Grand Slam begins right here.
You just want to try hugging these right tree line as much as you can. 270 on the edge. Great start right here.
Yeah, absolutely perfect there. Just splits the fairway.
Next on the tee from Texas, Patrick Reed.
You're going to hear some cheers and some boos for Patrick Reed after he went over to live. But I tell you what, in the majors, guys, he shows up.
Yeah, he's a problem for everybody, and he's a great ball striker.
Let's go, Warrington!
It's up the left side, trying to avoid bunkers.
And that will find one of those bunkers down the left, leaving a lengthy second shot.
Now on the tee from Sweden, Ludvig Oberg.
He won the Genesis Invitational earlier this year when it was held at Torrey Pines. Let's see if he can back up his top 10 finish at Augusta with a good performance here.
Absolutely perfect, taking it over the corner.
You said it, Dre. Absolutely ideal. Finds the right side of the fairway. Going to leave a lovely angle into that back left flag. And a good start there from Ludvig Oberg.
Two players in the fairway, Oberg and Spieth. Reed in a bunker. This 125 group is off in the first round of the PGA Championship. The breakdown of this beautiful course in Charlotte, North Carolina looks like this. It's the fourth longest in PGA Championship history, but it is the longest for par 71. 6 holes with water hazards, and they may be some of the most beautiful water areas around. Now, 8 par 4s. Look at this, Brendan. At least 450 yards. They've got a couple over 500 yards. It's insane. Now, the most difficult hole is the 18th. The second hardest is the first. And for the members, the first is actually a par 5. But here, for the PGA Championship, the first hole is a par 4.
Yeah, typically when you make a par 5 into a par 4, you'll move the tees up. All they've done here is just change the number from a 4 to a 5. But yeah, it is a hard start and a hard finish.
And what's incredible is that this hole as a par 5 plays 504 from back here for the members. Now, the 9th hole, the tee has been moved back to 531 for par 4.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that 9th hole. Now you got to drive it at least 270 yards just to reach the fairway, and well, a lot more than that if you want to leave yourself a realistic second shot.
Speaking of realistic second shots, here's Patrick Reed in the bunker. And Dre, how realistic does he have a shot to get to the green?
I don't think he has any shot at getting to the green. Fairly close to the lip, and the ball is sitting down a little bit. If he does get it on the front edge, he's going to have to hit this perfect, but there's not a lot of room for error with the way this ball's sitting. Does play downhill 7 yards from here, though. This is out to the left. It's going to be short.
It's going to leave a tricky third shot there for Patrick Reed. Not a great angle from that left side.
So that short game prowess that you spoke about in the Open, it's going to be tested here at the first hole. Jordan Spieth hit it exactly where he wanted to here on the first hole.
Well, 193, this plays down 6 yards, so adjusted to 187. And back into a slight breeze. You just cannot go long of this pin. Trying to land it somewhere in the center and have it roll back.
Yeah.
Breeze is picking up just a little bit right now, in and from the right. Now this is starting in the center and hooking. This is going to miss left.
It's going to find the back of that left-hand bunker, and that's going to leave a very tricky bunker shot. Not a lot of green to work with on that left side, and not where you want to miss it on the opening hole.
Not actually moving it right now. And I like side lot one. Yeah, the left edge of the tower to the one. Yep.
The voice of Joe Scobrin on the back for Ludvig Oberg.
I love his pace of play. There doesn't just seem like there's a lot of thinking, just looking and firing. This looks beautiful.
Absolutely perfect there, just beyond pin high, and that will be within a couple feet of where he was aiming.
And Brendan, you heard how hard the greens are. There's sub-air underneath these greens. So much rain came through this Charlotte area, as Dre said, over the last 5-6 days. Yet the greens, they're not very receptive.
It's been a big talking point early in this week with all the rain. The fact that the greens have remained so firm, as you say, with that sub-air system. You're coming in with long irons, and it's been tough to hold some of these greens because they have been so firm. But that was just a beautiful strike from Ludvig Oberg, and as I say, landed in the ideal spot.
Because he landed it on that ridge, he got the ball to stop.
Exactly right. Landed into a slight upslope there, and now he's got a really makeable look. A putt that doesn't do a whole lot.
Again, this first hole was the second hardest hole. So if you can start off your round with a birdie, that's a great way. Dre, I want to give you a couple of seconds to get up to these third shots. The first one you'll see is the one of Patrick Reed, and right now Patrick Reed is walking all the way up towards the green to kind of get a feel of what he can do with this third shot.
Well, he's going to have to get it up quickly. He's kind of got the same position that he did on the last, about 3 paces directly behind the lip. I think his biggest issue he's going to have, if he gets it up in the air, this ball is going to have a lot of spin. And we'll call it probably 65 yards, so definitely not a comfortable bunker shot for any player in the entire field.
Now, how often have we talked about it, that the most difficult shot in golf is that long bunker shot, something in the 65-yard range. And the hard thing about it is, Justin, that you often get caught in two minds. Do you go with that explosion shot, or do you take something with a little bit more loft, and do you really try and pick it?
Yeah, picking it just brings that blade into play. It's so hard to hit a wedge cleanly out of a bunker. I would predict that he's probably going to play a blast with some kind of long iron, just because once he picks it, that thing's going to have a ton of spin with how quickly he needs to get it up and out.
So when you say long iron, how long are we talking?
Maybe 8 iron? Open that up, but I'm not sure if that's what he's going with here. We will figure that out.
Definitely not the most lofted wedge, Dre.
Yeah, I mean, he may be hitting a pitching wedge or a gap wedge of some sort, but if he does that, he's not going to be able to have a lot of room for error as far as that explosion. He's going to try to hit something all the way back there from the looks of it.
You can see it from just how much thought he's giving this shot right here, that this is very, very difficult.
Has to get this up quickly.
From one bunker to another bunker to another bunker on the first hole for Patrick Reed.
He's gaining on it, but not the start that he was hoping for. Take another look at this, hitting it straight back into that wind. Gets a face full of sand for his problems right there, and it's not going to get a whole lot easier now for the fourth shot.
And he has not lost his turn. Jordan Spieth looks like he's going to go ahead and wait for him. Maybe not.
Spieth will go. That seemed to be about as good as he could do right there.
Yeah, well below the green surface on that left side there. Short-sided, not much to work with, and he's going to have to make a testy putt just to save the par.
Spieth will have a par putt. Oberg will have a birdie putt. But first, the fourth shot here on this first hole for Patrick Reed. And another one from a bunker.
Now, Brendan, you've played a bit here. This is not the easiest shot either. It's probably got about 35 yards. And there is a ridge running all the way up to this hole until about 6 feet below it. Once it gets to the pin, it will start running away.
And that's pretty well done there. Gets it on the correct level. As Dre said, they're not an easy shot because it goes downhill once it gets past that hole. But hard work now just to drop the one shot for Patrick Reed.
If he can come away with just a bogey here, that would feel like a win.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, these guys know it's a difficult opening hole. The last thing you want to do is stand there and make 6. You know, be standing on that second tee at 2 over par. And you said it, if he can knock that in, he's probably going to go over to that second tee and he's going to feel a little bit better about things.
Now Ludvig Oberg has been waiting his turn to try to start this championship off with a birdie.
You couldn't ask for a better look here starting at the first. 504 yards, long ways coming in. And Justin, you mentioned the sub air. These guys are going to have to be so accurate with where they are pitching these balls because the first hop has been quite large and it can be a little bit of deception for them just as far as how soft the fairways are and the rough is. Quick little 14-footer downhill. It should slide a little bit to his right.
Yeah, very easy to miss this putt to the right. It does break a little more than the players see.
Pretty good effort on his first putt of the day, but he'll lead this first hole with a par. Jordan Spieth trying for a bunker save here at the opening hole.
This was a really good bunker shot here, Brendan. He was on a downslope. Not a whole lot of green to work with. Getting it to this position, I think this would be a great way to get his round started. Get some confidence going early.
Just read a bit too much.
Hit a good putt there. Hit it right where he wanted to. Just didn't take that break. Maybe a disappointing bogey for Jordan Spieth.
Especially after that tee shot right where he wanted it. Now an early big putt for Patrick Reed. Try to avoid opening up with a double bogey.
Not the most comfortable putt to have for bogey either. Straight downhill, you can't really bang it in the back. You kind of just has to get it going. Once it gets past the hole, it gets very fast.
Oh, that is well done by Patrick Reed to save a bogey at the opening hole. We talked about all these par 4s being over 450 yards. Well, we have another one here at the second.
Yeah, the longest hitters in the game will have the opportunity to take something up over the trees on that left side and really shorten this hole. We imagine this group, we're going to see probably Jordan Spieth and Patrick Reed out to the right there. leaving a bit of a lengthy second shot back up the hill. When you look at the pin sheet here, it shows that this pin's cut almost right in the middle of the green. But anything that is a couple yards right of that hole is going to take a big slope, feed well off the green down to that right side. Ball ends up way below the green surface and leaves an incredibly difficult up and down.
We'll see if Ludvig Oberg takes the Rory McIlroy route, and that is going over those trees. Like you said, he's got driver in hand, which leads you to believe he will.
With 300 to the corner, he's going to need to touch every bit of this if he does want to cover that. That is a big oak on the corner. Right over the middle of it if it carries.
There it is. Big clump of mud on it, but safely in the right side of the fairway.
And now, Brendan, as you mentioned, because Jordan Spieth can't get over that tree, he's taken out less than driver here.
You're going to see a lot of guys that take 3-wood, even if they can get over. It's just a little easier with some more lob to turn it over. Perfect.
Yeah, good one there from Jordan Spieth. Splits the fairway with the 3-wood. He's going to have something in the 8 to 9 iron range from there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just downwind. It's basically down the walking path, right down this walking path. See that, make it happen.
Now, it is driver here for Patrick Reed.
I'm not sure he has the distance or the power to cover the tree on the left, but does hit a very natural draw with this big stick.
He challenged that left side, and that too will be just fine. 3 good tee shots there at number 2.
Really, we'll have to wait to see how the mud ball will affect the second shot for Åberg. Couple of bogeys and a par at the opening hole. Don't worry, the trophy is safe. It's not going to fall into the creek. Entering this PGA Championship, there are some great storylines. Nothing better than this one. Rory McIlroy, what he did at Augusta, I think he gave everybody not 1, but 2, maybe 3 heart attacks. How about Scottie Scheffler seeking his first non-Masters major championship? Justin Thomas, he's got 2 PGAs under his belt. Can he get a 3rd and a 2nd here at Quail Hollow? And Jordan Spieth, can he match what Rory McIlroy just did at Augusta and become the 7th member of the Career Grand Slam Club? Now, We've had some heavy rain. Monday, the course was closed to all spectators. Tuesday, it opened up, but then there was lightning in the area, so they had to move all the spectators inside. Yesterday, we had some more rain in the morning. We had rain overnight, and now in time for play today, we do have sunny skies, but very, very humid. More humid than you'd expect in Charlotte for this time in May.
Yeah, and we're still seeing the ball really plugging or not going very far in the low-lying areas. But the high areas right now, we are starting to see that ball take a skip and starting to take a bounce. And it's a wonderful property as far as the drainage out here. It really is unbelievable how good it is. And I would imagine by Friday afternoon, this golf course is going to be playing fairly close to where they would like it.
Just looking at the scoreboard and the leaderboard right now, Ryan Gerard has moved to 7 under through 15. A guy who is from North Carolina, went to Chapel Hill, playing the PGA Championship here in Charlotte, and he's having himself a heck of a first round.
I got to say that I didn't see a 7 under round out there this morning with the firmness in the greens, but that's a heck of a round so far.
Now he still has 16, 17, and 18 to navigate. Spieth will be first to play in this group.
161. Plays uphill 7 yards from here. The pin is perched just on a ridge in the center of the green. This is an 8-iron. Coming out just left of it. Needs to go a little bit.
That will just funnel back off that ridge that dissects the middle of the screen. A good solid shot there, though.
And Patrick Reed now from 137. Adjusted to 143. Wind a little bit behind him. Pitching wedge in hand. He should be able to hit all of this. Driving this in low. It's just left of it.
That one takes a big first bounce before it jams on brakes there, and that's going to leave a quick putt down the hill for Patrick Reed.
All right, now we'll have to see how the mud does impact this shot for Åberg.
He and caddy Joe Scovern have been discussing it pretty heavily.
Got a little bit of help up there. I'm on the 110-ish, maybe a little less if anything. You? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And just starting it right at it. Yeah. Yep. Perfect.
And Brendan, from my angle, is tough to tell. Is that pitch mark in his way behind the ball?
It definitely is going to affect it, Trey. If nothing more than just visually, it certainly will affect the strike a little bit.
Picked that fairly cleanly, but mud is moving it left.
It's going to feed back towards the front of the green. It's going to leave a very slow putt up the hill. Just needed to fly that a couple yards further.
Huh? Like basically, just like you said, started there, moved left, and moved back right. Didn't let that far left.
It's amazing how relaxed he is in a round in a major championship.
He's got the perfect demeanor for these big events, Justin. You know, it's so important to stay patient throughout a major championship. You're going to be tried. Your patience is going to be tried, and he's got the absolute perfect demeanor for it at a very young age.
25 years old is Ludvig Oberg. Grew up in Sweden, played his college golf at Texas Tech. Patrick Reed will have that putt coming back down the hill. What would you say on the stimp meter that these greens are running today?
I would say right around the 12 mark right now. They certainly have the ability to get them a little bit quicker as we move along, but I'd say right about 12. There's so much undulation in these greens that you don't want to get them too much quicker than that.
funny. Watching all three shots, you can see how that right side of the green scares everybody.
And it is when you put the pin sheet down, you know, you're sitting there looking at it and you see a pin that's cut 9 yards off the right side. You don't very often see that on the PGA Tour. We're used to seeing 3s and 4s, or in the PGA Championship especially, we don't see a lot of flags that are cut like that. But there is danger lurking there just right of that hole.
Trey, we heard Brendan say this is going to be a very slow putt for Åberg coming back up that ridge.
It is going to be a slow putt. It's not going to pick up pace at the end, but it will flatten out. Uphill the entire way, though. He's going to be able to putt it aggressively.
Dre, how's the crowd out there following this group?
The crowd is big. We have a lot of Spieth supporters. I think after watching Rory McIlroy complete the career Grand Slam at Augusta, everybody wants to see it happen once again. It just doesn't happen that often, so every time we get to the PGA, Jordan is a big fan favorite. Everybody wants to see history.
It's another one of those holes that's got a perfect natural amphitheater around that green, very close to the clubhouse, and it's a great viewing spot.
Fairly straight, may want to move a little to the right at the end.
Well, we knew it was slow. All in all, pretty good putt right there for Åberg, and he's going to finish this one.
Yeah, there's something to be said for stress-free pars in a major championship.
Especially at this course. He's had 2 beautiful tee shots. And that's going to be something you want to keep an eye out all week long here. Now Spieth for his birdie attempt.
And this is that range we've gotten so accustomed to seeing Jordan make putts over the years. Probably about 12 inches outside that left. Most of the break will be at the very end as it loses pace.
Good effort.
Yeah, didn't need much more. And as Dre said, when Jordan was the best player in the world, he seemingly knocked those in with regularity. I mean, twice what anybody else made.
It's a thirsty Thursday out here on this first round in Charlotte. Just a day that you're going to sweat through your shirt. Now Patrick Reed, a quick one coming down this hill.
Yeah, speed's going to be his #1 priority here. Doesn't need this thing getting too quick past the hole because it will gain pace. Still a pretty good look though from 22 feet.
See just how much respect he gave that putt. Just dries up a little bit short. And that will be a par for Patrick Reed.
So they'll leave this hole all pars. And they'll take that short walk to the 3rd tee where, what do you know, but it's another par 4 over 450 yards.
Common theme right here. Another lengthy par 4, and this one is awkwardly straight. See right there, a big bunker down that right side. You have to avoid that. It will be difficult to reach the green surface from that right side. Another one of those greens that's dissected by a big ridge that runs right through the middle of it. Pin today cut on that back level. You got to make sure you fly something up top. Anything that lands into that slope will feed off towards the front of the green. You want nothing to do with that left side. Short-sided is no good out here at Quail Hollow.
Åberg will maintain the honors.
Yeah.
Driver again, can he make it 3 beautiful tee shots in a row to open up his championship?
This is a very straight hole here. Bunker on the right is 300 out. Tough hole if you're not in the fairway. A lot of trees guarding up in the landing area. I think he's feeling it right now, Brendan.
I tell you what, Dre, that ball did not move a whole lot in the air, and that is absolutely ideal down that right side.
Dre, as soon as you said this is a very straight hole, it was like, oh, this is perfect for Oberg.
No kidding, right?
Unreal. Now Spieth.
Wind just a touch off the left for the players at the moment. Starting up the left side and fading. Needs to hold to not get all the way across to the bunker.
That will find that right-hand bunker and hopefully doesn't get too far up in there close to that lip.
Quiet, please.
Combination of Jordan Spieth and Michael Greller. And now Patrick Reed.
I've always loved his extension when he's hitting driver on the follow through. Nice rhythmic swing here. Left center, perfect.
Typically likes to move a little bit right to left, holds it up against that left to right breeze, and that will find the fairway.
It looks like he'll still have a pretty long shot in here at the par 4 third. First round coverage here of this featured group. All right, so here at this third hole today, these are all the tee shots that we've had come through. And we thought this hole fit perfectly for Ludvig Oberg. Turns out we were right. He has the best tee shot all day. He has just 160 left. Patrick Reed has 210 left. Before even seeing this graphic, Brendan said to me during the break, there could be 60 yards between the two. Sorry, but if we're playing The Price is Right, you just went over.
I did go over. You could see there Patrick Reed, one hand was off the club face. Didn't really get the strike he was hoping for. A little bit out the heel, and, well, hence he's going to have a long second shot in there.
He has 210 yards left into this green. Dre, what's the wind doing for this approach shot?
In and out of the left and starting to gust a little bit. It's kind of dancing all over the place right now. And I'll tell you what, if you're Patrick Reed, this is demoralizing. He is not within shouting distance of where Oberg is.
It's funny, we look at this hole, this third hole, and Dre, you said it's a really straight hole. You don't see many straight holes anymore in golf, and when you do get them, it actually tricks players.
It does. It's always awkward when you don't have something to aim at on a dog leg, where you want to shape something off a dog leg left or right to left. You stand up there and you see a dead straight hole, and it's very, very difficult to pick a shot shape that you want to go with.
I think a lot of times to the 7th hole at Augusta, where it's just straight and you're like, where do I hit it? How do I hit it?
Yeah, I agree. Up off the left, it's not hurt the draw. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be okay with timing.
Waiting on the group ahead. Justin Thomas won here the last time it was held. Here at Quail Hollow, playing with Colin Morikawa. Both guys have a Wanamaker Trophy.
Just a little bit of cleanup work for Morikawa up on the green.
Just the second week for Colin Morikawa and Joe Greiner working together.
Check my number. Yeah. +3. Yep.
All right, you see Kessler Carrain, the caddy and brother-in-law of Patrick Reed, using that distance measuring device. We oftentimes call it the rangefinders. Those are allowed here again at the PGA Championship.
And Patrick Reed from 210 has a little bit of mud on this ball, has to play this towards the center and just hope the mud doesn't do anything to it. This is a great looking shot, just right of it, drawn back.
That's going to just chase through the back of the green. Not too bad there. It's going to be a quick putt down the hill, but from that far back, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just watching him on the range the last couple of days, watching him with the irons, listening to it, it is fun. Now
183 now for Spieth, has to get this up quick. He did, starting at left of the green, cutting back, may need to go a little bit.
And contact very good from Jordan Spieth. That's going to leave him on the lower level, but all in all, a very good result.
And now, after getting off the next exit, Ludvig Oberg.
Pitching 42 to 45, so yeah.
This is where Ludvig would really be able to take advantage of distance. Playing in shorter irons, this has been a tough pin all day so far, getting close to. There's a ridge guarding it short. And with how firm the greens are playing, stopping it on that top has been a bit of an issue for everybody coming through already. But from this distance, 160, should be taking dead aim here, maybe just a hair right of it. And this went dead left on him.
Still okay on the green.
Yeah, just hangs on to that left side. Came out a little left of where he was looking, hoping for that wind to push it over, but that'll be okay.
Well, T-Mobile powers the coaching center located at the PGA of America headquarters in Frisco, Texas. where PGA professional Joe Hallett is located. And it's time for our coaching insights. So let's say hello to Joe.
Justin, Brendan, good to be with you guys today. And, you know, I was watching Jordan Spieth, and I actually got a chance to watch him during the practice round. But, you know, so many of us, his swing starts to look a little bit better. He really grinded it out last year. And what I want to encourage viewers and everybody of every level to do is what he does and what his coach Cam McCormick does. They constantly, as they get around the green, they practice 3 different types of short game shots: an easy, a medium, and a really difficult. You know, when you're making a swing change, you're going to hit the ball into some crazy spots. If you'll keep at that when you go to the short game area, which I know is kind of a place that no one knows about for many of our viewers, but that short game area, have some fun. Make it easy, make it difficult, make it medium. Try and win in 2 out of 3 of those and see if you can't keep your game along the right track.
I love that. And you know what? That's actually one of the most relaxing things. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. You can actually just spend a couple of hours at the short game area, and it's almost relaxing.
And what you'll see is a lot of these guys will play games out there when they're with their caddy, and the caddy will throw balls down, one, as Joe was saying, they one in an easy spot, one in a medium spot, and one in a very difficult spot. Through 9 holes, you're expected to get maybe 8 out of 9 up and down from the easy spot, 6 out of 9 from the medium, and maybe 5 out of 9 from that difficult spot. And typically there's a little wager that's tied onto that.
You don't say. 3 birdies on the day here at the 3rd.
And Justin, you can go back to Brendan's radio partner, Wagyu. I don't think he finds the short game location relaxing.
He did a couple of hits this week already where he goes, oh, well, just went under that one.
Who's going to go first, Dre? Looks like Patrick Reed might just be away.
Yeah, he's got a quick one coming down. It's going to want to move a little bit to his right at the beginning, but gradually moving left the rest of the way down as he starts getting closer to the hole.
One of those putts where you definitely have to putt defensively. You don't want anything rolling at this hole with too much speed.
I'd say he's in great position from where he was off the tee, though. Had a really solid iron shot, took a big bounce on him, but able to get putter in his hand, give himself an opportunity.
Just needs to settle. That's going to leave him in that 4-foot range coming back up the hill for the par.
What would you give him on a grade on that putt?
You know, the fact that he got it past the hole, maybe a B+. The last thing you want to do is leave that above the hole and leave that ticklish downhill 4-footer.
Well, I'll update you on Ryan Gerard. He just made a bogey at the difficult 17th. His first bogey of the day. He's at 6 under now through 17. Here's Jordan Spieth for a birdie.
36 feet up the ridge. Tough to get the pace right here, trying to get it into that circle of trust.
He may have just done that, snuck it in there, and it's one of those ones that's tough to hit it that firm. Very, very slow up there.
Dre, for Oberg, do you think that mud played an impact on his shot?
Probably a little bit. It looked like it came out quickly left, but it held its position. So I'm guessing that it did right at the start, but once it started flying, the mud probably got off the ball. But again, as far as almost short-siding himself, this isn't bad at all. He's still on the putting surface. Sometimes when you do make a mistake and you get on that short side, it's not bad, and you're usually pretty close.
And Dre, you're actually going slightly back up the hill from this angle, so can get aggressive with this one.
It's going to break quite a bit to the right, though. Probably right around 10 inches. So picking a spot outside that hole and just staying committed to it.
Good looking roll there. Just misses on the high side. But again, Justin, stress-free pars in a major, they don't hurt, and they certainly add up.
The way he's driving the ball, though, having 3 straight pars to open the round, does that get frustrating?
No, not yet. You know, you understand that the first 6 holes on this golf course really are pretty difficult. If you can be even par through 6 holes, you're going to be picking up ground on the field. 7 and 8 give you some birdie opportunities, but as I say, you want to be even par through 6 and just remain patient.
Patrick Reed trying to save his par again.
I agree with your comment earlier, Brendan, that getting this ball past the hole leaves himself an uphill putt. Better than the opposite downhill little tickler. And he also knows what it does.
And he's able to hold that for a par. And now Jordan Spieth. Inside that circle of friends. It's pretty incredible when you think about Jordan Spieth. 66 consecutive tournaments without a win.
Nice to see him feeling completely healthy, though, and starting to play some better golf. He's come off a nice run of results recently, and yeah, you know, nobody would be really surprised to see Jordan Spieth kind of play his way into somewhere around contention come the weekend.
All right, let's go over to 4, the first par 3 on this golf course.
Yeah, and the shortest par 3 on this golf course, number 4, measuring 186 today, using the left-hand tee box. And we've got a difficult hole location cut on that front left side. Look for the majority of these golf balls to be out to the right. Try and start something at the TV tower behind the green. Get it shaping from right to left. The wind is off the right, which will help some. Just another one of those very, very difficult green complexes. We'll see a couple hole locations cut on that right side, and everything on that right side kind of feeds away from you, and just tough to get the ball close here at number 4.
Oberg starting his round with 3 straight pars, and really 3 straight stress-free pars. Another storyline developing here is that the Ryder Cup captains, Luke Donald, Keegan Bradley. Luke Donald right now tied for 2nd at 4 under. Keegan Bradley tied for 6th at 3 under. Ryan Fox chipped in last week. You were on the call there in Myrtle Beach to get into this championship.
Yeah, nice to see him carrying the momentum in this week. Didn't expect to be playing here in Charlotte. Had to change his plans after that chip shot went in, but that's a nice change to have to make.
All right, now Oberg from 186.
In line with the pin, there's only 8 yards of green to work with, so trying to land it somewhere in between there and have it bounce. Wind out of the right. This just left of it. This looks good.
They're not sure where it is. We're not sure where it is. It looked like it started on a good line.
could see that. Ludvig went back and was like, wait, what? The number? Huh? I think it's long. It is. It is long. Way long.
Ball does go a little more here.
The bunker, or sorry, wind directly out of the right. A lot of room right of this where you can let that wind bring it back in. I'm trying to, it's just not coming back. Right at the center of the green.
Gave it a wide berth out there on that right side, and it stayed there. So we see that flagstick starting to move a little bit more. Dre, I would imagine that breeze has got to feel pretty good.
I don't want to talk to you right now, Brendan. It does feel good. I have a nice lather, so anything that's going to blow across me here is perfect. 186. This is an 8-iron for Patrick Reed. I expect this thing to be moving pretty good amount from right to left. It is drawn back just right of it.
Oh yeah, this is going to be really good. Sounded like he maybe got it a groove low. Takes that big first hop, and now it's in a great spot.
You don't even have to clean it. Then you can take a divot.
Did you already said?
Yeah.
Don't even have to clean it. I didn't take a divot on that one. Got away with it. Sometimes it's better to be lucky. Great crowds here. Day one of the PGA Championship. For the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals, we love this game, this 107th PGA Championship, second time being hosted at the Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. And today, the sun has come out. That's because we're on TV. Justin Kutcher alongside Brendan DeYoung and Andre Gonzalez, just with the hair making all of us jealous. Those long flowing locks. I'm guessing right now he's got them up with this weather, and it looks like Ludvig Oberg is going to get relief here.
He is. He's taken his nearest point where the stands in the background are not affecting his swing. Then you get one club length from that point.
Dre, were you able to pick up what happened there? Because this is a good 20 yards too far.
I think he hit the wrong club. This wasn't even close. It airmailed it. It pretty much plugged back there with how soft it is. So just a misjudgment of wind. Originally, he and his caddy, Joe Scavern, were talking on whether or not the wind was out of the right and if it was hurting at all. So he may have had that in his mind that it could have been hurting.
You can see that flag there showing that it's almost straight across. If anything, maybe a little bit of help, Dre.
I mean, if anything, I think it's mostly out of the right. This is a cute little chip, though. It's back uphill the entire way, but the pin is perched right on a ridge, and if he gets past that hole, it starts running down towards the front of the green where Patrick Reed is located.
That didn't need much more. Flies another yard. That gets all the way to the hole. You're going to have to make a tricky par putt now.
After 3 stress-free pars, well, now he's got some stress for this one. And Kessler getting all the way down, almost doing a push-up to read this putt for his player and brother-in-law Patrick Reed.
There's a ridge that runs from back to front right up the center of this green, and Jordan Spieth is on the wrong side of it, so he's going to have a putt that goes up and then back down, breaking from right to left the entire way. And if it does get left of that hole, it'll start to pick up speed and again move down towards the front of the green.
From the middle of the screen, he's having to putt through 3 or 4 different grain changes as well, so always a difficult putt to read. Yeah, that's nicely done there from Jordan Spieth. Perfect for speed.
These greens, bunkers, and tees were all rebuilt in 2023. So Jordan Spieth has made 3 straight pars. Well, Oberg looks like he's still outside of the tee shot from Patrick Reed.
Much to this one, Dre.
It's moving a little bit from right to left, but back uphill. Not all that difficult of a putt, other than he's putting from 14 feet for par.
Had it read correctly, just need a little bit more speed. It's going to be a disappointing bogey for Ludvig Oberg. Drops him to +1 through his first 4 holes.
All stemming from that wrong club hit. Just misclubbed it. Now a good chance for Patrick Reed to get a birdie. Would be the first birdie of the day in this group.
This is a great look. He's also putting back uphill. Should slide a little bit to his right. There's a mound guarding the left bunker on the left side of this green, creating a little bit of that slope. May have to give away that left edge a little bit, but stick it there and make a good roll.
Got it.
He does just that. Catches the right side of the hole. Beautiful 2 there for Patrick Reed.
So Patrick Reed goes back to even. Opened with a heck of a bogey, and now a great birdie at the 4th. And another par 4 over 450.
This is one of those holes where you stand back on that tee and you do feel like if you get a ball in the fairway, you do have a short iron in and can get something close. You can see that 300 gets you into that second bunker, 325 all the way over the top of it, about 315 yards to a left bunker. So trying to fit something in between those. And another one of those greens that sits up above the player, placed 5 yards up the hill from the middle of the fairway. Pin today, cut over there on the right side. If you can get something in the left side of the fairway, it gives you a great angle and the opportunity to get something in there good and close.
On a day like today, where the course might be playing differently than it has been playing during the practice rounds because of all the rain, do you have a number where you want to go out and shoot, or are you just sitting here going, you know what, if I shoot even par, I'm okay. If I shoot below that, I'm okay?
You know, these guys will have paid attention to the scoring in the morning. They would have seen what sort of scores have been shot there. And the fact that outside of Ryan Gerard, there really hasn't been anybody that's gone that low. They'll know that the golf course is playing pretty difficult. You know that if you go and shoot something even par 1 under, you're not going to be that too far away from it. Ryan Gerard currently just playing a wonderful round of golf at -6 with 1 hole to go. But you know how often we see that. There's always somebody that goes out, regardless of how difficult the golf course is. There'll always be somebody that'll go out and shoot a good number.
Reed coming off the birdie.
And 305 to the left fairway bunker and 320 over the right one. I'm not sure he has that in the bag. Anything right of this will leave trees in the way, so left side of the fairway is ideal.
Starts up the left, trying to cut it against that breeze. He gets a good soft bounce and hangs into that left side of the fairway.
That's going to be a great angle there, Brendan, to that right cut pin.
Definitely helped there by the softness of the fairways.
Now Spieth.
Wind helping a little bit out of the right. This ball is on a rope, hasn't moved an inch.
Yeah, beautiful tee shot there from Jordan Spieth, and don't sleep on the speed of Jordan Spieth. The ball speed right around 180 miles an hour there.
Now we've seen with the driver, Ludvig has been on point.
We're going to see how much he wants to take a direct line here, just trying to keep it inside that right bunker, and he has done that, starting it out over it and drawing it back towards the middle.
That will leave him some sort of wedge in there for a second shot. See if he can get that bogey straight back.
So right now in this group, Patrick Reed, the only player at even, as Spieth and Åberg are 1 over.
I think the nerves are always going to be there. It might look a little different on the outside, but on the inside there's a lot going on. You can try to prepare as well as you can, but it is going to be different when you're there trying to win the tournament. Obviously I'm a competitor and I like to win, and I like to sort of be in the hunt to win tournaments. I'm always sort of having a hard time going into a tournament thinking I'm going to win, but I feel like if I prepare as well as I can the weeks leading up to it, the week of, I feel like I should have a chance to win the tournament. It's really cool being able to play all these events. I'm just basically living my dream.
Such a great perspective by Ludvig Oberg, and you see what he's done. I mean, he did something that, I've said it before, I don't know if it will ever be repeated. He played in the Ryder Cup before playing in his first career major, and he was a force on that European Ryder Cup team a couple years ago. But Ludvig Oberg, as we said, Brendan, it looks like he's just even keeled, but underneath, he's that heart's beating.
Oh, you know it's churning, and he said it. I'm a competitor. I want to do well, but he's got a humility about him that it makes it really easy to pull for Ludvig Oberg. He's had a ton of success very early in his career, and you can see that nothing's gone to his head. He's looks as though nothing is going to go to his head. He's not going to change, and that makes him very, very easy to pull for, and will be a fan favorite for a long time.
This guy is making his first career start here at Quail Hollow. The tee balls, you said don't sleep on Jordan Spieth and his speed. There he is, just 4 yards behind, 4 yards behind Ludvig Oberg.
Yeah, the knock on Jordan Spieth for a long time was that he couldn't hit it out there with the big guns in the game. Jordan Spieth's picked up some speed in the last couple of years and really is moving it out there with the driver. I mean, Ludvig Oberg, one of the best drivers in the game, hits the ball high and far, and well, you said it there, Jordan Spieth just 4 yards behind him.
Patrick Reed was worried he might get it into that bunker, stayed short of it.
Last hole that he plays, it goes right to left touch curve.
The green has cleared up ahead. Dustin Johnson, he's at 1 under. Ryan Gerard bogeyed 17 and 18, so he finished at 5 under for the first round of 66.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would play field, which would be a little bit of help. So, version 9, thinking with a 160 to carry.
160 carry, there's no help. It's going to be bunker.
Could be. Should bunker? Like the bunker with. Right at it, give me 151.
151 and then
Yeah. I mean,
155.
Yeah. I think even if you hit that 85 tonight, you've got the area.
Well, great angle here for Patrick Reed. There is a little bit of mud on the top of the ball. I do not think it should affect it. 151 playing up to 155. This is a green light.
Leave alone. Leave it alone.
Yeah, good solid golf shot there. Right in at pin high, and that's well thought out there. Took that front bunker completely out of play, and it's going to have a great birdie look.
Now Jordan Spieth, he too trying to figure out the wind.
It's dancing around a bit right now. Right when he started looking up a moment ago, it did pick up and gusted. 137 adjusted to 140. Wind out of the right and a touchdown. Cutting this back up into it. This is really good. Just right.
A little unfortunate there. Needed a skip forward. Comes back to the front right section of the green. Just needed to fly a couple yards further.
Now, when you're in a group with Ludvig Oberg, you got to get to him fast.
He's been showing his prowess off the tee, looking to find a little momentum here with short irons in. 130. Driving this in low and drawing left of it.
Takes that big first skip before jamming on the brakes there. That's going to leave a quick putt down the hill for Ludvig Oberg.
So once again, something to look out for is how well he's driving the ball, but then the irons aren't as sharp as he would like.
It's amazing there. You see the difference. That one came in just a little bit flatter, and how big that first hop is. Jordan Spieth's much higher apex there, and that ball grabbed very, very quickly.
It's funny, there's all the analytics of strokes gained, shots gained, this and that. If you look at Ludvig Oberg and you see driving distance accuracy today, and you see his score is at +1, it's apparent that the iron game hasn't been on.
Yeah, very much so. And you say that he's had a couple opportunities. You know, he hit a great iron shot into one, was unable to pay it off there with the putt. But yeah, you're right. You know, when you're constantly driving the ball that good and hitting short irons in there, you'd like to see that dispersion just move in a little bit closer to the hole.
Patrick Reed with Kessler Kerrane. Kessler was saying how excited they were to be paired up with Jordan Spieth and Michael Greller again. They said it feels like in the beginning we were always with them, like every week, and now it's been, they both said, I can't remember the last time we played in the group with Jordan Spieth, but I don't know if they just like playing in the same group or good memories, because the first win for Patrick Reed came at the 2013 Wyndham Championship, and he beat Jordan Spieth in a playoff.
Yeah, and these are two guys that were Ryder Cup teammates. They played in some of the team matches together, and yeah, played a ton of golf for a while there. Looks like it's just going to be Ludvig Oberg first, as we see his released out there to just beyond 25 feet.
I thought you were going to say it looks like a bridge.
It's like 3 bridges right there.
It's funny, I keep on looking at the leaderboard, and not a single name is up there that people predicted prior to this week would be on that first page.
Very, very surprising. Some of the biggest names in the game didn't go out and do what we Expected. Scotty Scheffler did get it in at -2 in the end. Was scratchy for a little while, but strung together some good golf as he finished his round. Dre, what's Jordan looking at up the hill here?
And Jordan's ball should be moving a little bit from left to right, but uphill the entire way. He's going to be able to go ahead and give it a pretty good poke. From this distance, probably just needs to add about 5 feet of pace if it was a flat putt.
Hit a really good putt there. Started breaking and then just straightened as it got closer to the hole.
They'll have to move the mark for Oberg.
Exact opposite putt here for Oberg. And downhill the entire way. And it really starts to slope away from him in about the last 8 feet or so. So he'll be moving from the right to the left the whole way. These are always a little bit sketchy here, Brendan. Once it crests over that ridge, it starts getting very quick.
Yeah, it's one of those putts, Dre. You'd like to make it on the last roll. As you say, it gets very quick around the hole.
There you go. That's the way to bounce back. First birdie of the day for Ludvig Oberg.
Little ho-hum 25-footer down the hill. And maybe that'll get things going. Take a look at this replay, Justin. This thing would have gone in a thimble, right in the heart of the hole.
The speed was so good, too. Tons of emotion.
Oh, he's fired up about that one, no doubt about it.
18 feet 2 inches now for Reed. This is going to break quite a bit from the high side down to the right.
Patrick Reed has back-to-back birdies at 4 and 5.
Such a good roll there. Matches up line and speed perfectly. Nice little run there for Patrick Reed.
I can't help but think back to that first hole. The fact that he was able to escape with a bogey. It's early, obviously, but depending on what happens for Patrick Reed this week, he may look back at that very first hole of the championship and say that was a turning point.
The old turning point at 1, you say, huh?
I'm just saying, you don't want to start off with a double. And now, par putt for Jordan Spieth.
Just outside 3 feet.
Trey, it's like having the bases loaded in the first inning and getting out of it with only 1 run coming across. Another look at the beautiful birdie putt here by Ludvig Oberg. He was right to ask Jordan Spieth to move the mark. And then Patrick Reed, you talked about his short game and his hands, the way he can roll the putts. This is a guy, 3rd at the Masters, 11 straight cuts, made cuts in majors, and now the 2nd par 3.
The longest par 3 on the golf course, using the back tee today, playing at 241 yards. There's a big thumbprint that guards the front of the screen. Anything that lands into that is going to come well off the green surface in the front there. Anything down that right side is going to feed into low area as well. And it's one of those holes where you stand back on this tee and anything aboard the green surface is a good high quality golf shot.
And if you stand back on the tee and you don't have to take a cover off your club, you're thinking, oh, not so bad.
Very much so. There will be a lot of head covers coming off on 6 today. Probably not from this group, but as we move along, there will be a lot of head covers coming off. You can see there they are waiting. Group in front still there, and no surprise there, Justin. It's just a very, very difficult par 3.
Here's Justin Thomas in that group ahead. Remember when Justin Thomas won this PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow? That event took place in August when you had the Bermuda rough. Now you have the overseed rough. They almost play like 2 totally different golf courses.
Great point. Very, very different golf course now, playing with the overseed. I think this is the way that Quail Hollow is meant to play, with the this thick rye overseed when the rough plays like that. You know, obviously with the Bermuda, you're dealing with the flyers, but I think for this golf course, this is the time of year that this tournament needs to be played.
The course just looks absolutely spectacular.
It really does, and you know, we're starting to finally see golf balls bounce a little bit. We mentioned that those high areas have dried out some. And again, Keith Wood and his staff, they deserve a huge shout out. They've been working tirelessly to get this golf course ready for these guys, and it's in wonderful condition.
Nice putt right there by Morikawa. Well, there's the head cover.
Yeah, you said it. First head cover off.
Wind is primarily out of the left for these players, maybe a touch in from this elevated tee. Tough to really feel it surrounded by the trees. Once that ball gets up in the air, it's in the air for a long time. 241 adjusted down to 232. Got to make sure that you get it past this little thumbprint in the front part of the green, or it will collect off.
Hit it, Wayne.
This is high into the left side of the green.
Oh, sick.
Set it up like he was trying to cut it, take a little bit off it, and didn't cut, and that's going to leave a quick chip shot down the entirety of the green.
Down from there, Captain.
Not so sure that was the proper club there, Brendan. He's over the surface.
That flew a long way, Dre. It flew a good 10, 15 yards beyond the hole.
I like that more.
Oberg going to go with an iron.
I'm not sure he has a longer iron. This is a long ways in. Anything center of the green has got to be very acceptable. Starting this at the center and trying to cut back.
Did he get it up high enough?
That ball stays up.
Wow.
Beautiful golf shot. Now in the ideal spot. Can be putting straight up the hill.
He just got over that thumbprint you guys were talking about.
Just doesn't look like he can ever miss-hit it. That move is so simple. It's long, powerful. Wind laying down just a little bit at the moment. This is just right of it. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, really good from Jordan Spieth. That'll hang on to the back right corner of the green. High quality iron shot right there.
You can hear how hard the greens are. You can hear Jordan Spieth asking for it to sit, sit, sit. And it did. Come on, please, please, please. Okay. Whew.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Just hearing that as we take a look at where these balls ended up here at the 6th, it reminds me of like the first day of spring training. Everybody still has that chance, the hope.
Well, you can see there as you stand on the 6th tee, you just hope to hit it aboard the surface. See, there are not a lot of birdies there, just the 3 so far. A couple good looks in our group right here.
Yeah, a couple of good looks, and then you've got this for Patrick Reed. Trey, we've talked about how good his short game is. What will this need to call upon in his short game?
You know, it's a pretty straightforward chip. He has a ton of green to work with, but it is running away from him the entire way and moving to the right. So he's really going to have to be precise with where he lands it, the trajectory it comes out at. Reading it from the side, a lot of that has to do with trying to figure out, knowing what kind of shot he's going to hit, having that in his mind, and then trying to figure out how far he wants to fly this golf ball with just a little bit of check on it.
Dre, I always thought a shot of this length, it's so difficult to get it all the way to the hole, especially when you're coming a little bit downhill.
Yeah, for sure. The good news for him is that that ridge guarding the front of the green is not really in play.
This looks nice, yeah.
Oh, this deserves a little balloon poodle.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful shot.
That was so well done.
Love the fact that he drove that in there a little bit low, got it to check on the second bounce, and he's going to be able to get away with a 3.
Brendan, I think being in that first cut of rough helped him out just a little bit there. It was an absolutely perfect lie.
It's always nice when you get that little bit of cushion underneath the ball. You feel like you can make that perfect contact, and that's exactly what he did. He's going to go ahead and knock it in and get out of here.
Is it crazy for me to say that you could make an argument that he's playing for a spot potentially on the Ryder Cup team this week?
I wouldn't say it's crazy. I think he's going to have to play well in all 3 of the majors that we have left. I don't think that Patrick Reed is a guy that's going to get a captain's pick, but I think I wouldn't say it's crazy.
Well, Brendan, even though Jordan found the putting surface, this is as quick of a putt as you are going to find on this green.
Yeah, Dre, you know, even the 20-footers on some of these greens, you just have to putt defensively, because anything that's running at the hole with any speed can easily get 6 or 7 feet past the hole.
Jordan Spieth has traditionally been very good with his speed judgment. Needing to start this about a cup and a half outside the left edge as it moves to the right.
See there, just taps it and let gravity do the rest. Did not need a whole lot more.
That's nearly a perfect putt right there by Spieth.
Take a look at his reaction there. He thinks maybe it's going to get all the way down there. He gives up on it.
Opened with that bogey, all par since, and they've got the reachable par 5 coming up the 7th hole.
A really fortunate break here to have it stay up there. Maybe a cup shorter and it's rolling back off the front of the green. Now a nice uphill look. Half a cup outside left edge.
Maybe just a slight pull off the putter blade there. Missed his line to the left. will be threes for all three of our players in this group.
I think you sign up for that every day of the week here.
Very much so. You know, you take threes on all of these par threes through the entire week, Justin. You're going to pick up some shots on the field. So it's a great grouping of par threes, and they are very, very difficult.
As we head to our first par 5, you can watch all 4 featured groups plus our featured hole coverage right here on ESPN Plus. So Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, Colin Morikawa, Bryson DeChambeau, Victor Hovland, Gary Woodland, Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, Tom Kim. Remember, Wyndham Clark, his first win on the PGA Tour came here at Quail Hollow. Backed that win up in 2023 with the U.S. Open Championship.
Yeah, Wyndham, another one of the guys that's very comfortable on this golf course. As we take a look here at the 7th hole, the first par 5. It's taken 7 holes, but we finally got one. Typically plays as the easiest of the par 5s, just 533 yards, pretty short by today's standards, actually shorter than some of the par 4s on the golf course. As we get closer up to the green there, we see that penalty area that guards the entire right side. This is one of the more difficult green complexes on the golf course. There's a big ridge that runs through there. Anything into that ridge is going to feed down into a low area, leaving a very, very difficult putt up the hill. Not a big area to land the golf ball in on that left side. We'll see a ton of golf balls just left of the green there in a little collection area, and most players will go go with a putter from there and just try and get it up and down. But you get a ball in the fairway here, and it's just a mid-iron into this par 5.
What's the most difficult part of this tee shot?
Well, you know, there's a penalty area down that right side, and typically anything that favors the right side of the fairway can kick down into there. The fairway does camber from left to right slightly. We will see a lot of golf balls in those left-hand bunkers.
Just waiting on the group ahead. I believe Justin Thomas just put his approach shot into the water. This is one of those holes where when you look at, you mentioned it, the first 6 holes, if you can get through at even par, you're thinking, okay, off to a good start. Now you get to the 7th hole and you think to yourself, this is a birdie hole, potentially an eagle hole.
And it's the kind of the flow of this golf course, as you said it there. You get through the first 6 holes. 7 and 8 are legitimate birdie opportunities. On the backside, you get through 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 give you great birdie opportunities before we go into that really difficult green mile stretch, finishing up that backside.
Do you play games like within yourself as you're playing this golf course, as far as trying to strategize and map out where you can and cannot take chances?
I always did. I felt like I tried to break the golf course down into 3 groupings of 6. Try and get through that first grouping of 6 at even par, try and get through that second grouping of 6 under par, and then try and get through that final grouping at even par.
Well, here is Patrick Reed on the tee.
Wind off the right, elevated tee about 11 yards.
Oh, no. Dang it. Somehow cover that first one. Probably not.
That's going to be a common miss today. You want nothing to do with that penalty area down the right side. More than likely force a layup from there.
Now with this front left pin, Brendan, if you do get a good lie, you can get there. It just is a little bit risky up that left-hand side. This wind has turned a little bit from the right and now into their faces. Flirting with the bunker, needs a kick right.
Yeah, gets it too. Beautiful tee shot.
312 yards in the air right there for Ludvig Oberg. And now Spieth.
Jordan has seemed pretty comfortable all day so far. This is fading towards the penalty area. Needs to get lucky.
From this angle, it did not look good.
There is a little bit of rough over there, but I don't think so.
On the hole that you're supposed to be able to take advantage of, right now only Oberg is in the fairway. Did he get it? Yes, he did. The 2025 PGA Professional Champion.
This means the world. I have one more goal that I've set for myself in the PGA of America, and that's to win Low Club Pro at the PGA. I mean, it lit a fire in me, and honestly, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to win this championship so bad, and it's honestly one of the reasons why I have it now. We're in the service industry, and that's our main focus, but all of us got into this industry because we love to play. It just kind of means we're even more well-rounded than people might think. I think that's a focus we can't lose.
A phenomenal performance. The Walter Hagen Cup is his. Tyler Collett, who won the PGA Professionals Championship, as we go back out to the 7th, and you can see Colt Knost over there. Everyone trying to figure out where did Jordan Spieth's ball land. There's that penalty area. Dre, did you get any look at it?
Yeah, these guys had the spotters had the best look. They knew where it went in. Colt over there on that right-hand side, we had concern because it looked like it hit a rock, and we thought that it kicked right, and there's a boundary fence to the right of that penalty area as well. So we had a little bit of concern that it might be out of bounds, but they said it did for sure go in the water.
So really, when you think about it, that's a lucky break for Spieth.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a good break, but it could have been a really, really bad break. We see here our flight path. Jordan Spieth, the blue one out to the right. Dre mentioned there, hit some rocks, and there is that boundary fence right of the trees. But sounds like everybody is happy that it caught those trees and dropped down into the penalty area.
Well, based on that, it's saying it hit the rock and bounced back. So this will be now the third shot for Jordan Spieth.
Dre, as far back as he's got to drop this, is there any chance he can still get to the green?
I mean, I don't think so, just because he's going to be dropping it in the rough. No reason to compound errors. Reed just seems to keep finding himself in some precarious bunkers. He's kind of near the lip again, so there's no chance for him from only 237.
Well, Jordan now is going through the proper protocols to get his drop. You know, looking at this afternoon wave about best rounds on the course right now, you've got JJ Spawn, who's at 4 under, but really besides that, nothing crazy low.
I think we've got just enough breeze out there, and Dre's talked about it a little bit, that it's up and down and it's kind of moving around a little bit, so it's difficult to really pick it and get comfortable with it, and just enough breeze, and the greens are certainly starting to dry out some more. We've heard balls taking a big, or we've heard them take a really hard first bounce.
Patrick Reed will play from the bunker first.
Yeah, it's blowing about 15 to 20 right now, back into their face, just a touch out of the right. This is a layup for Reed. This ball is hanging left. And that's going to find Pine Straw about 100+ yards out.
Now Jordan Spieth. I think it's a 5-wood.
He's definitely got a wood of sorts in his hands. He's just going to be trying to chase something up that left side, I would imagine.
As long as he covers that rock wall, there's a fair amount of green, obviously, behind the pin with this front cup location.
Is that 235 front?
He's going to double check that yardage.
.225 front.
Yeah, in off the right.
Yeah, but I'm like, the most likely scenario for hybrid is that it is long left rough past this camera. I don't think that's good. If I'm going to keep it left,
Yeah,
four irons over the water, and then short's okay.
Yes, yeah. Your back's right would be the...
There's just like, I'm not trying to hit it on the green long or right of it, right?
Yeah, I'm on the same page.
It needs to stay left, but...
I got 231 hole. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Well, Brendan moving to an iron, he obviously thinks that this lie is good enough to get it up and out of it, but he has to stay left here. Anything to the right, I think he's going to have trouble covering the rock wall, guarding the front right portion of this green.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dre, he's just trying to get that in that little collection area down that left side, get it up and down from there. Anything right is a big mistake.
This is well left at the crowd.
That had to have gotten a spectator.
He's going to have his work cut out from there. Difficult chip shot. Anything that gets beyond the hole from that location will go down into that low area on the green.
Now here's Oberg going for it.
And 219, this is a lofted wood, just trying to throw this up. And he did. This is high. It's fading to the right.
Okay, that's going to continue to feed over there to the right side of the green. Going to leave an incredibly difficult putt.
Now it just trickled even off the green. Wonder if he'll choose to putt this, or I mean, he's got so much green to work with.
Yeah, he's got some options from over there on the right side, and you got to believe that was a little bit of a mishit there.
The Corebridge Financial Leaderboard. Brandon Bingaman, Larkin Gross, Timothy Wiseman, all even right now. Michael Block, Tyler Collett at +1. And Tyler Collett, who won the Corebridge Financial, who won the PPC. This was him just a little while ago on the 13th hole. Check this out. Is it gonna go? Is it? Is it? Oh no! Almost a lifelong memory right there for Tyler Collett. Patrick Reed out of the bunker, hit it left. Scrambling here at the 7th. Dre does he have any limb trouble up above?
I don't think he's going to have any. He's got a pretty good lie. He's going to be able to drive it in low. If he wanted to go up, yes, but I just don't think that's really what he's planning to do. He should be able to throw a fair amount of spin on it, though, coming out of this pine straw. It's sitting nicely. Taking practice swings over to the left, trying to see exactly how much pine straw there is underneath this ball. 94 yards to the pin, 88 to the front edge. The tough part about this is he's just trying to land it right on that front edge. Anything short may spin back.
Contact sounded good. Just flew it a little bit too far, but we'll hang on to the left corner of the green and leave a lengthy birdie putt for Patrick Reed.
Now Jordan Spieth, did it in fact hit a spectator? Because it took a big kick to the right, and now this left. This will be his 4th shot.
He's really going to have to judge this well, landing it short of the green, having it bounce up. A lot of this comes down to how the ball's sitting and how he can read the lie.
Very easy to come up short from here. You don't want to get anything running with any kind of speed. This is beautifully done from Jordan Spieth. That short game magic on full display right there. Awesome shot.
All part of the Spieth experience. That shot almost as good as the yard that we just passed opposite the 7th hole. Now Ludvig Oberg does have putter out here, and this is going to be a long putt.
Yeah, when you guys were doing the flyover of the hole, Brendan was explaining this big ridge kind of creates a bowl in this front right portion, so he's going to be putting uphill the entire way. The last 10 feet or so is when he does go up the ridge, separating this left portion from the right, and it's going to be moving to the left the entire way.
What's good, Dre? Anything inside of 5 feet?
I'd take 5 feet right now. It's just so easy to hit this thing too hard, get it running past the hole, and then it's sloped away from you off the left side of the screen.
So tough to marry line and speed here. You see they're giving that a big whack up the hill. And that's exceptional there.
Just when it looks like it's going to be a problem for somebody in this group to walk away with a birdie. That was so well done right there by Ludvig Oberg. Patrick Reed looking at a birdie putt. But he's had to dodge a lot of elements already. That was the first bunker shot of the day. Like, oh gosh, don't want to eat sand. Nope. Okay. Yep. Thank you. How about some pine needles? Sure. Why not? What else do you have on the buffet table today? Maybe some sausage paddles. You never know.
Dre, it's one of those putts down the hill that's so difficult to read. You feel like it wants to go left to right, but it really doesn't break that way much.
It doesn't, and it's right on that little knob up front. You just feel like if you get it left of it, it can go left. If you get it right of it, it can go right. It will go left at the beginning, though. And then just riding the ridge the rest of the way, trying to get the right speed.
He got that one on the wrong side of the ridge, and it does go to the right. It's going to leave a testy one for the par.
Yeah, I think if he gets it left of that ridge, it goes the wrong way to the left. That's just a tough pin location.
It's still going to be Reed, isn't it?
It looks like it. Kessler's down on the ground.
After Camilo Villegas did the Spider-Man for so many years, reading putts, I don't think anybody can pull off the Spider-Man again. I mean, it'd just be, you know, you're trying to impersonate at that point.
Yeah, it doesn't quite look the same right there with Kessler and doing the getting down on all fours.
And Brendan, I don't think you and I are flexible enough to even think about doing it.
We'd still be down there, Dre. No doubt about it.
A big putt here for Reed. You don't want to give away a shot at the 7th.
But that's what he does here.
Disappointing 3-putt bogey there. Looked like he just shoved it a fraction. Thought it might catch the right side of the hole, but it's a disappointing 6. See, they're just a little bit right off the putter, and a bit unfortunate.
Reading lips, he just said, I thought that was a good putt. Åberg,
Yeah, this
first
is
birdie.
Dead straight.
Yeah, excellent 2-putt there from that low area.
Second birdie of the day for Åberg. Also has a bogey. He's 1 under through 7. And this for Jordan Spieth to save his par after hitting his tee shot into the penalty area.
Hit that putt looking at the hole. Kind of goes back and forth. Sometimes will look at the hole, sometimes at the ball, but that is a very much a Jordan Spieth par 5 right there.
That it is. All right, this 8th hole, we finally get a short par 4.
Now you got some options here. We will see some of the players in the field going with an iron, just trying to fit something down there right of these 2 fairway bunkers. We will see others, some of the longer hitters, taking driver, trying to push it up around the front portion of the screen. You can see there, very, very difficult hole location on the 8th, just 7 yards on. You do have some options, but don't want to get anything going down that left side. That tree blocks out all kinds of approach shots into this small and difficult green surface here at number 8.
What would you say you have to have a carry just to give yourself a chance to go for the green?
You know, if you can fly something 320 in the air, there's a good opportunity to get it to chase up right around the front there, where you can, if not get on the green surface, you can definitely get a putter on it.
Well, we've seen Oberg hit the ball so well with the driver today. He's got the driver out here at 8.
And 335 to the front edge. Not a lot of room up there. Big oak tree guarding the left side of the screen, and bunker short. This is headed left. Needs to get lucky to avoid that tree.
He's going to have to hit something low from there, try and bump it up and get it running up that green surface.
It's like the right edge of that tree is money. Also off the right. All right, 0.
Take another look there. This one moves a couple cameramen around and really shouldn't be too bad.
He knew it right away. And now Spieth.
Wind out of the right. This is starting at the right greenside bunker, trying to come back with the wind.
Just in the first cut.
Yeah, not too bad there. He's going to have a little bit of cushion underneath that ball. He's going to have to stop that with a bit of elevation.
Driver for Patrick Reed as well.
I do not think that he can get to that greenside bunker, so this should widen the fairway up for Patrick. This is a great line, just right of the tree, left of the green.
Yeah, really good there. Ball gets a soft bounce. It's going to leave him something in that 50-yard range.
One of the better drives of the day for Patrick Reed, coming off that 3-putt bogey at the par 5 7th. Feature group coverage here on ESPN+.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship over here in Frisco, Texas. We're about to see Patrick Reed hit a shot that even good players kind of dread a little bit. That partial shot, the 50-yarder, the 60-yarder. I want you to focus on the stability of his lower body. Great players from this area limit the variables. You won't see a lot of crazy movement through it. A good way to practice that, put your right foot on the toe, stand back here, keep your body still. You're going to find you make contact. Let's watch and see what Patrick does.
All right, thanks, Joe. I want to see if Patrick puts one foot up with a toe down.
I'm going to guess maybe not right now, but I would say that Patrick Reed has probably practiced that drill several times on the range. Wonderful drill, just kind of stabilizes your lower body, as Joe was talking about right there. That is a great tip for everybody at home.
Is that how you learn how to hit like that dead arm swing?
That's exactly right. You just stabilize your lower body, and you just got to make sure that you keep that upper body moving.
Once again, Patrick Reed is walking all the way up to the green to get a look at where he can land this, where he needs to land it.
And this is where Patrick Reed really excels. You talked about it on the last hole. Wonderful set of hands. Very, very good around the greens, and he's got a great array of shots. He can bring this in a lot lower. He can fly something all the way to the hole if he wants to, and it's just a wonderful short game and fun to watch.
Who was a player when you were out on the tour playing that you enjoyed watching them hit the short shots?
Phil Mickelson was definitely the one for me. Just the variety of shots, the imagination that he used around the greens was unbelievable. You know, he saw slopes and how he could use slopes, and as I say, the variety of spins and trajectories that he used around the greens was second to none.
Well, we see him up on the leaderboard. I was always a big Luke Donald fan. I thought that he had just phenomenal hands around the greens. And 45 yards here for Patrick Reed, just trying to land it right around that front edge.
Should turn around and get a little bit better.
It's getting a lot better. So a nice job again there by Patrick Reed. Going up, seeing where he could land it, where he wanted it to stop and come back. And he'll have that putt for his third birdie of the day and a bounce back after the 3-putt bogey.
Just excellent contact there. Picked the ball right off the surface. Minimal divot. And you said it, going to have a realistic birdie look.
Nice visual there for Jordan Spieth behind it. Nice to be in this first cut of rough too. He should be able to throw this up into the air, just a little fluff and puff.
Fluff and puff indeed.
Yeah, just stops it on a dime.
Well, Brendan, this is the hardest shot of all three. And tree is directly in line with Åberg in the pin. He cannot see the flagstick. Just how close does he want to pitch this past the left side of that tree trunk? Everything should kick down a little bit, and you saw that ridge long left of it. He's going to be trying to use that to get the ball to carry him back down towards the front and towards the pin.
Should stay there. A little unfortunate that ball hit very, very softly. Thought it might take a little hop forward coming out of that rough.
I thought that was a really good shot.
Yeah, look, the way he's looking at it there, I think he hit his landing spot, was just expecting a bit more of a bounce forward.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. I can tell you this, that the Junior League, PGA Junior League Championships, I was lucky enough to be a part of it last year. It was the most fun event I've ever called in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
10 to 13-year-olds. It's like the Little League World Series of golf, and these kids were ridiculous. I mean, so good. Susie Whaley, Andy North, they just said there's no scar tissue there. There's no scar tissue. There was a girl there, her name is Vivian Lott, on a par 4, 240 yards, drove the green with a 5-iron.
It's a name that we need to keep an eye out for the future.
Here's Oberg now for his putt for birdie.
Moving to the right the entire way. Just seems a little poppy at the ball there, Brendan.
Yeah, just carrying a little bit too much speed on that line, and it's going to be a missed opportunity here at the fairly easy 8th hole.
And a quick putt here now for Jordan. Has to give away that right edge and just get it trickling. Anything with any speed can really pick up pace past the hole. And I feel like we've said that a lot on these greens so far today. It's only hole 8.
Jordan Spieth knew he had it. His first birdie of the day.
Yeah, beautifully done there. And a good up and down from that right side.
How much in this putt for Patrick Reed?
I don't know if there's any. Once he got that ball spinning back a little bit, I don't even know if it was spinning. It just kind of took gravity, but it was rolling pretty straight. But again, the same thing. You can't hammer this in the back like you can an uphill putt. You just got to kind of breathe on it and just get it started.
Pick your line, trust your stroke. Nicely done.
Bounce back birdie for Patrick Reed.
Tell you what, Brendan, he looks good with that putter in his hand right now.
He does, Dre, and I've always thought that about Patrick Reed. When he puts his hands on the putter, it's always looked very, very natural to me.
Now Oberg has this left for his par.
Just inside that right edge. No reason to give away the hole.
Speaking of natural, looks like everything this guy does on the golf course looks that way. That will be just a par at the 8th. Ludvig Oberg remains at -1.
And as we go to the 9th, this hole has changed a lot since 2017.
Yes, it has. Built a new tee further back and to the left. Now forces the guys to hit a little bit of a draw if they want to get around that corner. See there, 531 yards, 330 yards all the way just to the bunker. And then a green complex that's guarded by big bunkers front left and on that right side. And we have a hole location over there in the back right corner that is very, very difficult to get close to. Anything that lands right of it will go over the green to the back right corner. You want to try and bring something in with a fade just starting at left of it.
So you mentioned this before, but the 7th hole, par 5, was 533 yards. The 9th hole, par 4, is 531 yards.
Just a different number next to them. That's it.
Down off the left, not quite a full quarter.
Yeah, and it will reach the bunker.
Yes, yep. Splitting the fairway in that bunker's money.
Yeah.
This tee shot looks daunting right now, Brendan. 320 to that right bunker. You're just trying to hug the left trees to make it as short as possible.
Dre, there's times when you're just happy to be an announcer and not having to hit some of the shots.
This is beautiful. Started right and drawing back towards the center.
Beautiful shape there for Jordan Spieth, and splits the fairway.
That was the best impression of Hideki Matsuyama we've seen from Jordan Spieth.
Well, I know this hole is long, but this should suit Patrick Reed's eye right now. Wind is directly down, if anything, just a touch out of their left.
Just trying to take something straight down that walkway.
This is starting right and heading right towards the bunker.
It's going to be all right in the fairway. The shot tracer got lost. And followed that fly.
Yeah, good thing that shot tracer was not tracking the ball of Patrick Reed, because that wouldn't have been good. But that's going to be just fine. Helped out again by the softness of the fairways.
Been driving well all day, has Åberg. How much does he want to take off of this corner? He probably can't cover the trees, but just trying to really challenge them on that left side. Leaking right towards the bunker.
Gets away with it.
Yeah, that'll be just fine now, hugging that right side.
So Ludvig Oberg, a couple of birdies and one bogey. He's at 1 under. Patrick Reed has had the putter going with the exception of one hole, and Jordan Spieth just got a birdie. He's back to even through 8.
It's the highest our sport gets, right?
Jordan Spieth, who's trying to make history, trying to become another career Grand Slam winner.
Certainly, having won the other 3, it's an elephant in the room for me. It's a goal of mine.
That would be the #1 coolest thing that could happen to me going forward in this sport, I think. Would it creep into my head on a Sunday in contention? Probably. Can I embrace that and use that as an advantage? That would be kind of the fun test.
It's pretty remarkable when you think about Jordan Spieth in his career, the trajectory, how it started. He's 31 years old now, 13 career wins. People, when you think about golf the last 10 years or so, you know, Jordan Spieth was one of those names. Here's how good Scottie Scheffler has been, Brendan. Scottie Scheffler has more wins since 2022 than Jordan Spieth has in his career.
Wow, you're right. You're right. That's just how good Scottie Scheffler is. That's what I mean. Jordan Spieth was the golden child coming out, and for a long time was the best player in the game. You know, was knocking off majors left and right, and yeah, it does. It just goes to show that the consistency of a Scottie Scheffler and how consistently of a high standard he's played for a lengthy period of time now.
Spieth is just showing off that tan right now. Well, first to play will be Patrick Reed.
That way, if he does turn left, that's probably better miss, more green to work with.
At 242 into a par 4 after you hit a pretty good drive seems a little unnecessary to me. I'm glad he's hitting this shot. Pin all the way in the back, plenty of green to work with up front. Wind at his back. And starting at the left edge of the green, may need to go to cover the bunker.
It does, just coming in a little bit flat, chases through on that left side, and that shouldn't be too difficult for the short game of Patrick Reed.
Right now, I feel here with that mud on the right side, I feel like it's perfect one more. But if it's right here, then I like this. Here, I don't. You think it's a good one? Straight quartering. Okay. That's always middle of the green, you know? Yeah, as long as it's not a side wind, then if it is, it's not going to get there. It's helping. Good solid one.
226 from the center of the fairway. Wind is dancing around behind him and out of the left. A little bit of mud on the right side of the ball. He does have some concern about it.
Oh, that's all mud. Gosh darn it.
That came up and just went left.
Right there. Oh, Brandon, what are you going to do?
Well, he said it. What are you going to do? You hit the best possible shot you can. Sometimes it's out of your control, and well, better to miss left than right. He's going to have a lot of green to work with there.
Now Åberg.
Yeah, coming down between the right and left side. Yeah, I'm probably going to hold it left and perfect.
213 now for Åberg. This is a 7-iron. This is also started left and just staying there, left half of the green.
That was a big 7-iron.
Yeah, that was. It's another high-quality iron shot there, right into the fat part of the green. Exactly what you would like.
I'm curious to see how this 9th hole ranks by the time this championship is over.
It's going to play as one of the 3 or 4 most difficult holes on the golf course, you know, just purely because of the length of it. You've got to hit some high quality. You've got to hit a big tee shot for one, and then a high quality iron shot just to get it aboard the green surface. Currently playing the second most difficult hole on the golf course with only 3 birdies the entire day, and it's not going to get much easier as these winds continue to pick up and bounce around.
You saw Patrick Reed took his in lower, ran through the green, over the green. Jordan Spieth will have a lot of green to work with after a mud ball, and Ludvig Oberg just played the safe spot. And there is the conversation right now that you can see Michael Greller and Kessler having as they're walking up, and here's where the shots ended up. So Oberg might get a bit of a read from Jordan Spieth's.
And all three guys, you can see that you don't want to make the mistake out to that right side. It's not an easy up and down from over on the right side. So guys erring on the side of caution, left of the, towards the middle part of the green, even the left part of the green. Jordan Spieth a little unfortunate. That ball was definitely affected by some mud. But he's going to have a lengthy one there, 56 feet for his third shot, just off the green surface.
By the way, Brendan, we've heard Dre say he's mad at you for not switching spots. Tomorrow's a big day. It's Dre's birthday.
Wow, that is a big day. Dre.
What do we have to get him?
I mean, all kinds of stuff.
It's a good thing I traveled with my passport, because when I got here, my license expires tomorrow, so had to return that rental car today.
That has to be a first.
Believe it or not.
Well, it's tough to get a guy something that's got everything. Dre, maybe we'll go old school. We'll get you some CK1.
Ooh, it's smelling good like I did in high school. Send it. I'll send you an address.
All right. Patrick Reed coming out of the rough.
The whole green is running slightly away from him. He's going to have to get this thing up quickly, landing it maybe 10 feet on. Just judging that speed.
That one got away from him. He's going to have something in that 12-foot range to save par there. It wasn't that difficult of a shot, Dre.
It was not. It just kind of jumped on him a little bit. He probably flew it about 4 or 5 feet past where he was trying.
Maybe a little bit of grasp between club face and ball. Came out a little quicker than he would have liked.
How closely do you think Ludvig Oberg will be watching this from Jordan Spieth?
He's getting in position already. I don't know if he does anything that looks like he's really trying to do it. It just looks effortless all the way around in his life. It just looks like he's out for a stroll. Jordan is looking about 10 feet left of this flagstick, trying to start it way out. Up for the first 15 feet or so, and then it will start working down to the right.
This one carrying a lot of speed, needs to take a seat. It's going to leave a tricky one there for the par for Jordan. See that reaction from Jordan, trying to get that ball to jam on brakes. The good news is he did leave it below the hole.
I would love to have seen him playing golf as like a 13-year-old.
I'm sure very, very animated even back then.
Yeah. All right, what did Ludvig Oberg learn from that putt from Jordan Spieth?
Well, he was quickly in there, so I think he knows what it does, but I was shocked how far right that ball was moving as it was nearing the hole. Let's see if he takes that into account.
He learned a lot.
Just rattles that one in. Just the 4th birdie of the day on the 9th hole, and a beautiful putt from Ludvig Oberg.
Wow.
There's a lot to like about that 9 holes there that he played. Some very, very good golf. As we take another look at this one, marries line and speed perfectly. Just rattles into the back of the hole.
Pretty crazy to think he had driven the ball so well the first 3 holes, could not buy a birdie, made a bogey at the 4th, and then birdied the 5th, birdied the 7th, and now the 4th birdie of the day at the 9th.
Got a ways coming back here after that chip. Just outside of 10 feet, back uphill, moving to the left for Reed.
And that was left from the start. Never got it started high enough. It'd be a disappointing bogey for Patrick Reed. He will make the turn an even par.
Well, 3 birdies, 3 pars, 3 bogeys on the front 9 for Patrick Reed.
Bit of a mixed bag there, a little bit of everything from Patrick Reed. He will have an opportunity at the par 5 10th to get it right back into red figures.
All right, this left now for par for Jordan Spieth.
That seems like an important one from that 5-foot range after making his first birdie on the last hole, number 8. Don't want to immediately give it back.
Should have learned a little something from the putt of Patrick Reed. Does go left. Just not that much to the left.
Huh? Yeah. Started picking up and I was on the high line too. Ah.
1 over 36 on the front 9 for Jordan Spieth. Well, we've talked about Ludvig Oberg and how he just finished out this front 9, and it started at the 5th.
Yeah, he played the first 4, especially the first 3 holes, very, very well. Just got nothing out of it, and then nice to see a putt go down. And this here all the way on the 7th, all the way across the green. One that you're just trying to lag up there somewhere close, Justin, and he did just that.
The difference between the first 3 holes and the last 4 or 5 holes, he made putts.
This club right here, and this is one that you don't expect to make. This is a little bit of a bonus, one that you're trying to get somewhere around the hole, and it just happens to find it. But all in all, you would say that all facets of his game look to be in shape.
And now they move to the par 5 10th.
Yeah, the longest of the par 5s, measuring just under 600 yards right now, 591. Need to avoid a big bunker down that left side. All 3 guys will be able to reach it. If you do get something in the fairway here, you can reach this 10th green in 2. Don't want to make a mistake out to that right side. With where that pin is cut in the front right corner there, anything over in that low area on the right side is going to leave an extremely difficult up and down. That left bunker actually a good miss today. Lots of green to work with, going slightly back up the hill. If you can get it in that left bunker, we'll see the majority of the guys get it up and down from over there.
This is now a great opportunity for Ludvig Oberg to carry that momentum, to go potentially back-to-back birdies at 9 and 10.
Yeah, very much so. This is one of the holes, you know, when you're thinking you're breaking down this golf course in your mind, this is one of the holes where you think, I have to make a birdie here.
Well, you said that the first 6 holes you want to play even par. That's what he did. The next 6 holes so far, he's 2 under.
591. He's one of the guys in the field that can get there with a couple good pokes.
Trying to ride that right to left wind. It's going to miss out to the right side. Does stay in the grass though. That will more than likely result in a layup.
It's an awkward little drive here, the way this fairway is angled. You want to challenge that bunker, but you have to absolutely smoke it to get over it. Just headed at the left bunker, needs to go.
Took one hop and into that bunker. So far in this afternoon wave, Cam Davis, Aaron Rai, the two low scores at 4 under. Adam Scott, JJ Spawn, 3 under. Here's Patrick Reed, who is even on his first 9.
Just hops through on that right side, gets into the first cut of rough. Looks like that's going to be a long way back, going to force a layup for Patrick Reed as well.
Yeah, with this hole playing 591 yards, you need to have a really good tee shot to go for it. Looks like we're going to have 3 layups coming up.
Yeah. Anyone in the bunker. The bunker.
Today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. You look at Jordan Spieth, 60-1. Same with Patrick Reed, Ludvig Oberg, 10-1 for the PGA Championship outright winner. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. All right, so this is where each guy ended up. You'd have to think that of the 3, Patrick Reed, who's the furthest back, has the best shot.
Yeah, Patrick Reed's got some options there. He can take a 3-wood and try and chase it down that left side, try and get it just short left of the green, or try and lay something up to his favorite yardage. Ludvig Oberg from that right side is going to have to shape something from left to right. And Jordan Spieth will be a forced layup out of that fairway bunker that guards the left side of this fairway.
On these par 5s, typically you're going to have a backup. And that's exactly what we have here at the 10th. Morikawa, Justin Thomas, and DJ Dustin Johnson.
DJ just doing a little bit of gardening there, repairing some ball marks. Colin Morikawa aim pointing right around the hole, trying to figure out what his putt's doing.
As he's doing that, DJ's like, dude, I'm just fixing all of these marks right now. Can you not walk right here?
DJ's called his brother in to have a look at this one. Justin, we got a lot going on with this group up here on the green.
Do you notice the one person who doesn't do aim point is the one person who's not around there?
A lot of aim pointing, a lot of repairing.
Now here is Dustin Johnson. Just a tiny bit too much break.
He's going to find a way to get in there and tap it out.
You can always tell the walk of Dustin Johnson.
Kind of saunters down the fairways, doesn't he? Colin Morikawa with about 5 feet. Putt that should go from his left to right. That familiar saw grip.
Well done.
Just one more to finish out. Justin Thomas still with a couple feet.
Just seeing right there Joe Greiner and Colin Morikawa. When you had a new caddy, how long would it take for you to get comfortable with that caddy?
Yeah, it does. It takes a little bit of time. The conversation is different. The delivery is different as well. I would imagine for those guys it'd probably be a little bit less time. They're very familiar with each other, spent a lot of time around each other and on the golf course. I would imagine will come pretty quickly, the familiarity. But yeah, there certainly are some differences. Interesting that we see those guys in the same group as we drop back to find Jordan Spieth laying up out of this fairway bunker.
Right.
Bit of a head scratcher there for Jordan Spieth. Looks like he's laid it up in the right rough.
Now here is Patrick Reed.
295. It is playing down about 8. Looking at 280 to that front edge.
That's on a very good line. That will be just fine over there on that left side. Should leave a very easy chip shot for Patrick Reed.
And one thing I noticed just walking around the golf course is how they cut the grass around the greens. There was like a first cut around the bunkers, and that's where he is right now, up by the greenside bunker. Ludvig Oberg also had to punch out, so he'll be hitting his third.
I thought he might try to really slice one hard, maybe 40 yards or so, but just didn't want to take on the risk of having that go straight through the fairway. So he's left himself a long ways in for his third.
You know, thinking about the way these guys are playing this golf course and what Trey just said, about not wanting to take on something, maybe a big number. I was having a conversation earlier today with Scott Verplank, one of our colleagues on the feature group coverage, and we talked about Tiger, and he's like, Tiger and Jack Nicklaus in major championships, they never went real low. They were just 67, 68. He's like, they would 67, 68 you to death and let everybody else blow up. And next thing you know, they've got all those majors.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful point. You know, Tiger Woods, for all the unbelievable shots that he could pull off, I believe one of his strongest attributes was his course management. Was a wonderful manager of a golf course. Very, very seldom would you see him get himself into some sort of trouble, especially in these big events. He understood that it was never going to take anything silly low, so would play very, very conservative in the major championships.
I mean, I think it was the Open Championship one year.
Still staying disciplined.
His goal was not to hit a bunker.
62, 50, 62, 55 minimum. Yeah, I like 60, and if it lands 62 or a little more, it's fine. So anywhere.
That's Lucas Glover.
It is kind of shot. If it's moving this way, it's off the right elbow. So if you play a cut, yeah, I'd be like kind of.
Adam Scott has jumped into a tie for 7th at 3 under through 10 holes. We saw Justin Rose force that playoff at the Masters with 10 birdies on Sunday. Adam Scott trying to put himself into contention here. Both players looking for their second major. That'd be a pretty neat story to see Adam Scott down the stretch here on Sunday. Now Åberg.
There's a lot going on here. 181 downwind. This is a 7-iron. Wind hard out of the right. Cutting this up into it, and it just continues to cut. This will miss right.
Very conservative layup there from Ludvig Oberg. Laid it up way back, 180 yards in there. And, well, he's going to be busy over there on that right side now.
A hole where you thought birdie. Now you're looking at, can he get up and down for a par?
And he knows it right there. He's made the one mistake you cannot make. As we quickly go to Jordan Spieth.
Brendan, this is a gorgeous shot. Tree trouble, had to play it low and left, and he's leaving himself a nice uphill look for birdie.
Dre, you know, it seems like any time he gets to show off a little bit, use that imagination, we see something special out of Jordan Spieth.
There's something to be said about that, because that's when just the athletic part of the game where you don't think about this, you're like, oh wait, let me do this with my hands, and boom, I'm here.
It is. It's amazing, you know, how often we hear go play golf instead of playing golf swing. When you're kind of in a little bit of a predicament like Jordan Spieth was right there, you're certainly not thinking about the golf swing. You're just trying to figure out a way to play a certain shot at a certain trajectory, and you're just, as you say, allowing your natural talent just to kick in.
Now this live for Patrick Reed, is there any issue as far as the stance and where the ball is?
I mean, he may want it to be a little bit farther back in his stance, but I don't think there's going to be any issue here. He's going to be, even if he has to stand right up against the bunker, have that ball playing a little more forward in his stance than he normally would, and it's still no issue here. He can adjust the loft based on the club, his hands, and just how he's playing it, but he's got a ton of green to work with. I'd expect this to be a pretty good shot coming up here, somewhere inside that 6-foot range.
Yeah, he's left it in the ideal spot. Yeah, as Dre says, a ton of green to work with. It actually also goes slightly back up the hill as you get towards that hole, so not a difficult one here for Patrick Reed, and one you'd expect him to get close.
He was playing, Justin, with his stances a little bit, just trying to feel what's going to be the most comfortable. You can see he's trying to get that ball back in his stance, but Just keep that lower body quiet. Shouldn't be a problem.
He was almost doing the drill that we heard Joe tell us about before.
That's exactly what he was doing, just stabilizing that lower body right there. And I think that one surprised him, grabbed a little quicker than he would have thought.
Oberg walking up to the green. He's going to putt this, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, he's on a little bit of a downslope where his ball is. I think he'd just have to drive it into that hill to get that ball to stop. I don't think he has an option to get it on the green or fly it on the putting surface. This is probably his best option right here, but my daughters would call this a skibbity toilet location right here.
Well, this one is very, very difficult to get close to the hole. Easy to get this 10, 15 feet by. You don't want to make the mistake short and have the ball come back to your feet.
This is so good.
Excellent there. Very, very well judged.
Edgar Sanchez would be a huge fan of that shot.
Dre, not only did Jordan play an unbelievable shot, but he left it in a perfect spot as well, going back up the hill.
Yeah, you couldn't really take on this pin location from where he was. He could have hit one lower that maybe took the break short of the green and the fringe towards it, but that's just a risky shot. It kind of brings into play putting your ball where Ludvig Oberg's ball was. But straight back uphill. This may break a little bit to his left, but not much.
That's for the bounce back birdie.
Had the right speed.
To be another one of those putts where he hit it exactly where he wanted to, and maybe just a bit of a mystery.
You know, I thought that Kessler looked stronger. Now I know why.
He's done a lot of push-ups through 10 holes.
This would be the 4th birdie of the day for Patrick Reed. The problem is he also has 3 bogeys on the day.
And did a nice job there. If he wasn't able to get it on the putting surface and two, leaving it left of this hole leaves yourself a pretty straight uphill chip shot. Now he's got a pretty straight putt to convert the bird.
Yeah, with some authority there. Diving in the hole. Good up and down from Patrick Reed. Back to red figures.
Now Åberg to save the par.
Once again, Brendan, another quick one down the hill.
Just need to start this out on that right edge. Let it drip to the left. Got it started a little bit too straight, and that's not dead yet. Just a couple feet left for Ludvig Oberg. Making a bit of a mess of this 10th hole.
I always say when this happens, it's just him showing all of us that he is still human.
That will be a bogey 6.
Second bogey of the day for Oberg, and let's go quickly over to Joe Hallett in Frisco, Texas.
Saw Jordan hit a great shot out of the rough, and when the ball gets in the rough, believe it or not, there is a golf ball here. Do some things that'll make this shot very simple for you. We need lean and we need a lever. You get up to it. Let's get. So the way you want to practice this is low.
All right, we were just having some technical difficulties. We apologize for that as we go to the 11th, another par 4 over 450.
Yeah, another difficult one here. You've got to shape something right to left off the tee. If you can do that, get it chasing down that fairway. This to me was always the most difficult green complex, on the entire golf course. Anything that comes up a little bit short will feed off the front, big false front there. Anything that comes in with a little bit too much steam is going to feed off the back left-hand corner. And that pin today cut tight against that big bunker that guards the left. Anything down there, you're well below the green surface and leaves a very difficult up and down for the players. One of those where you'd like to be coming in from the fairway, obviously, and just trying to play a draw.
Well, that would suit Patrick Reed.
Bunkers are in play for everybody up this left-hand side. Fading towards the right rough. Needs to get lucky to have a shot.
He's going to miss over there well to the right. He's going to be well back and have a tricky second.
It's a tricky drive here, Brendan, because it does move from right to left on this dog leg, and the fairway just shortens up so fast. You have to challenge the bunkers if you're going to hit it straight, or else get that ball moving from right to left up the fairway.
Yeah, always a very awkward tee shot. Jordan has driven the ball well. He's been comfortable moving it right to left.
This is up the middle and fading a little bit. Needs to get down to stay in the fairway.
Two will miss out to the right into some thick rough.
Yeah, this rough, they were able to cut it over the weekend before the players got here, but they have not been able to because of all the rain.
First bunker should not be in play for Oberg. Second one will be. May be able to get it over 325. This is up the right center.
Watching it closely. Yeah, stays on the right side of the fairway. Another good tee shot.
All right, good shot right there by Ludvig Oberg, trying to respond after the bogey at the par 5-10. We are back here at Quail Hollow for the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. Second time it's being played here at Quail Hollow Club, as we're going to get you back out to Frisco, Texas with our PGA coach, Joe Hallett, to finish up what he was teaching us, because, Joe, you can't leave us hanging like that.
Well, you know, it kind of describes my golf game. I get a little bit away from the fairway and I lose touch with all reality. So what we were trying to show is that out of the long grass, you can do a couple of simple things to help your cause rather than just trying to swing. We're going to go down with the left shoulder, up with the left thumb, and then down with the thumbs to hit it. So when you're in that long grass, down with the left shoulder, up and down. You'll get the ball out of there without really overexerting yourself.
I like these tips.
I can see you writing them down over there.
Oh, trust me. Not just writing them down, but they're like being like burned into my brain, so that when I finish, you know, maybe broadcasting tonight, who knows, I might go work on it.
Well, that's a great tip there. The fact that you lower your left shoulder is automatically going to force you to steepen that angle of attack. And that's exactly what you're trying to do when you're in that thick rough.
Justin Kutcher, Brendan DeYoung, and Andre Gonzalez with you here on this featured group coverage. Jordan Spieth, Patrick Reed, Ludvig Oberg. A look down at this beautiful piece of property, Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just some spectacular holes. And Patrick Reed here at the 11th is trying to figure out what he has.
I can tell you, Justin.
Please, Trey. I mean, we're waiting.
He's got 209 yards, and he is sitting down in the rough. That may help him a little bit. There are some tree limbs above him, so that ball's not going to be able to get up at all. Going to need to play this out low, but the fact that it is sitting down in that long rough, he's going to need a lot of club head speed to get this thing chasing up the neck of the screen.
Trey, how much does the ball being down low in the rough alter what kind of club he can use to get it out?
Well, fortunate for him, the rough isn't really long right now. It's thick and healthy, but I think he can pretty much get whatever he wants out of it. But when the ball comes out with, let's say, a 4-iron, just to use a club, it's not getting up out of the grass faster, so it has to fight through grass. It's not coming out with quite the velocity, and it also is going to take off some speed.
Brendan, he's got a runway to run it up there.
He does, Justin. He can chase something up the green here. You just don't want to make a mistake left. As Dre says, he's going to have to come knock something down a little bit, get it coming in low. If you do miss left, it catches a big, deep greenside bunker there, and that's a very difficult up and down. So make your mistake out to the right.
Well, Reed at 209 is going to have to maneuver his way below these trees. Jordan Spieth is at 174 up in front of him, but he's going to have the same issue, probably even more tree trouble. Brendan, I think that if he drives this in low, if it lands on the green, he may have trouble with how firm they are keeping it on.
Yeah, I think he needs to land this short, Dre. Just something out towards that 11, the TV tower.
That's exactly where he's looking. .174 now for Spieth. This ball also sitting down in the rough. Needs to really come down hard on it.
Beautiful camera work there. Lands it just short of the green. That's going to chase through the back. It won't be too bad, though. You're chipping back up the hill.
Now Oberg, the only guy to hit it in the fairway here.
Sort of where he is.
Yeah.
177 for Oberg now, back into a slight breeze. This is a 7-iron. Starting this just right of the hole. Looks pretty good if the distance is right.
Yeah, very good there. Perfect golf shot right where he was looking. Gonna have inside of 18 feet for the birdie. His distance control has been really good today. He's hit a lot of shots in there right at pin high.
Yeah, really the only time that we saw a problem was on the par 3 fourth hole where he just misclubbed.
It was a complete miss club. I don't know if they got the yardage wrong there, but flew it 20 yards over the back of the fourth green. But yeah, as you say, other than that, he's done a wonderful job of getting the ball in there at pin high.
And then you look at that bogey at 4, he bounced back with a birdie at 5. He just bogeyed the 10th. Can he bounce back with a birdie here at 11?
He's got a great opportunity for it. He's left it in the ideal spot. A putt that's not going to do a ton.
By the way, Cam Davis, through 13 holes, is now tied for the lead with Ryan Gerard at 5 under.
Starting to see a couple good rounds this afternoon. Surprising. We've seen how much these greens have dried out.
Again, I can't overstate it. The names atop the leaderboard here on this Thursday for the first round. I'm not sure many people had these. And obviously there's a ton of golf left to be played. I don't think Ryan Gerard had that for himself.
Kind of the overriding theme coming into the week was that it was going to be a bomber's paradise, that you were going to have to hit the ball miles and miles up in the air. And as we look down that leaderboard, Ryan Fox hits it a long way, but outside of that, not really bombers.
Right. I mean, the talk Trey around the TV compound was, oh, well, this just, all the rain and how it's so wet, it basically eliminated almost half the field. And it just goes to show you, people who talk on TV know nothing about what they're talking about.
Easy. 65 feet now remaining for Patrick Reed. It does start running away from him once it passes the hole. Little slope of a ridge that separates the front and the back portion. Shock me if this ball gets all the way to the hole.
Sounded like a little bit of a muffled contact there. Definitely some grass between club face and ball, and he's going to have to make another one of those testy putts for par. Take another look at this. See the reaction right there. He knows it's not going to get all the way down to the hole.
Now, how about this for Spieth?
I mean, this is an identical shot here, but his face a little more open. He's going to carry a little more speed and try to fly it farther. And the same thing, though.
Wow.
This wet rough is so healthy. You just got to stab at it and play a lot of guessing games, and just didn't guess right there.
It's almost like he felt like he could get onto the back of the ball and never did. That grass got in there and just absolutely took any speed out of it. Jordan Spieth's going to have at least 20 feet left for the par. Probably hasn't lost his turn, Dre.
He has not.
Well, Patrick Reed will get to learn from the putt from Jordan Spieth, as he just had to move his mark.
And meanwhile, Ludvig is just waiting his turn, eyeballing this putt.
It's similar to what it was back at the very first hole.
Well, the good news for Jordan is that this is slightly back uphill here, moving from the middle of the green over to the left side of it. So from where he is, moving to the right. Just hasn't really been himself on the green so far today. Burning edges, but hasn't seen a whole lot of putts fall.
Yeah, really hasn't made anything of distance yet. This would be a big one here, trying to remain at +1. That one carrying way too much speed on that line. That's still going to have some work left for the bogey now.
Well, now Michael Griller will want to get a new towel. All right, Oberg looking at this birdie putt.
Well, the screen does pitch towards the back of it, but I see this moving a little bit from right to left down slope.
Just needed a little bit more speed to hold that line. That will be a par 4 for Ludvig Oberg, will remain at -1 through his first 11 holes.
He'd like to get a few more before that closing stretch. Patrick Reed got to see the putt from Jordan Spieth.
It's unbelievable how good these guys are when they are able to see a line. Moving to the right the entire way.
Just want to start it outside that left edge. Catches the right side of the hole, lips it out. And Patrick Reed will still have a little bit of work left for the bogey.
And these are the putts right here, Brendan. You need to pay attention to this. The last thing you need to do is get up to this green and mess it up a little bit and walk away with double.
Yeah, it's very easy to do when you're disappointed already that you've got a bogey putt in front of you. Just don't let your concentration lapse. Let's see Jordan Spieth giving this one his full attention.
You weren't kidding here, Brendan. He gave this thing a wrap in that first putt, leaving himself 5 feet coming back.
And Dre, this one will go left. He needs to start it on the right side of the hole.
Just split that edge, half in, half out.
Well done. A bogey, though, for Spieth at the 11th. Now Patrick Reed, this left for his bogey after the birdie at the 10th to give it back here at the 11th.
That's just Quail Hollow Club for you, man. It's hard to get into a rhythm where you're just keeping it going. Every hole poses so many challenges.
Birdie, bogey to start the back nine for Patrick Reed. He remains at even. But the story of this afternoon is Cam Davis, the sweet swinging. Look at this pitch shot.
It's all the way over the back of the 15th green, chipping down the entirety of that green surface, and that's so well judged there.
At the 18th hole, his second shot.
Awesome tee shot there. Hugged that left side, really challenging that creek. Just a beautiful iron shot.
He started his day on the 10th after the birdie there at 18 over to the first hole. Think about what he is doing right there. A birdie at 18, a birdie at 1, the two most difficult holes.
That will certainly pick up some shots on the field.
Just pipe down the middle here for Oberg.
Always a good sign when you see the players quickly go to the tee. Didn't even bother watching that one.
This hole playing 468 yards.
Tee box is elevated 13 yards above the landing zone in the fairway. Wind down and a touch out of the right currently.
Just a beautiful looking tee shot here. A hole framed by some massive oaks left and right.
And this is way right.
There's a penalty area way down the right side.
He's going to be fine, but that big oak tree guarding the right half of the fairway is going to be a problem for his second.
Spieth will go.
This is up the left center, should be good.
Really nice move there from Jordan Spieth. Perfectly in balance. Ideal tee shot down that left side.
Well, this is a provisional right now for Patrick Reed.
As is so often the case, the overcorrection. Didn't want to miss that one out to the right. It's going to be in the left rough.
Trey, you said you thought his first one would be okay, right?
His first one is just fine. I was able to see it land, but up from that tee, it just doesn't look good from there.
Yeah.
It's still a little bit shocking, though, because it's just a red penalty area up that right side.
Good point. Well, you know what? When we get back, Patrick Reed will be happy to know that his first one is in play here at the PGA Championship.
Here we go. Every year, you ask the same question, still get them wrong.
The Wanamaker Trophy, which is 32 pounds. What weighs more, the Wanamaker or a NASCAR tire?
I would have to say the Wanamaker Trophy. It sounds like a trick question.
Tire's got to be more heavy.
I would think the tire has to be lighter because they're trying to keep weight down. Or maybe they are trying to, I don't know. Let's go with Wanamaker.
I would have gotten that wrong. I would have guessed the tire for sure. We are back here. Feature group coverage. Justin Kutcher, Brendan DeYoung, and Andre Gonzalez. Uh-oh. This could take a while. That's at 13. Turtle crossing. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that turtle right there was what is called a leatherback turtle. It's a soft shell turtle. We do have those here in North Carolina. Patrick Reed once again is taking a long walk towards the green. Dre, he is in play with his first, so he has to be relieved with that. And how about the lie that he has?
I don't know how relieved he is. He does not have a lot. And where he's looking out of this pretty buried lie, he's looking to go under this oak tree to the right of it. And I just don't see any advantage to that. I feel like his caddy may want to tell him to play out to the left of it and just get himself in position with a wedge in his hand.
Did either of you ever have family caddy for you?
Yes. Short-lived. Really short-lived.
It didn't go well.
It doesn't work.
Brendan, this is a small window he's looking at.
Dre, that's taking on a lot of risk, because if it hits something and drops straight back down, he's going to be faced with the same troubles for the third shot.
Would think if he just misses trees, this is a great shot. All right, so we're going to see some fireworks no matter what. I did clip some branches, but this is phenomenal.
So good. That's going to continue to feed on the green there. Just needs to stay up on the correct level. Still, that's going to feed down into a low spot, but overall he'll be very happy with that.
So, all right, Trey, be honest. Degree of difficulty on that shot was what?
9.
Risk, reward.
Man, that was phenomenal. I did not see that shot.
Now the second for Jordan Spieth.
This plays uphill a little bit. You got to make sure you get it on that back level to give yourself a good birdie look. 135, playing up about 3 yards. This is high and fading right at it.
Just did not fly it quite far enough, and that's going to feed off that green on the right side. He missed his landing spot by 3 or 4 yards. Dre, it's just such an exacting second shot into this 12th green.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for error, and even if you do land it up on top, you have to be wary of it bouncing over with as firm as they are right now.
Now Åberg.
133 now for Åberg, downwind. I'm driving this in lower and towards the center of the green.
That too comes up short.
And that too will feed off the right side of the green. Just so much slope over there. Watch this ball where it ends up. Continues to go over there. And You just have to get something up on that correct level, as Dre told us.
Who would have thought that of those three, Patrick Reed would have the closest to the pin?
Not us.
That's unbelievable. And again, we saw some frustration there from Ludvig Oberg. Good tee shot, leaves himself in a good place and unable to hit his spot.
It's one of the more exacting shots into this 12th green here. Your landing area is so small. You want to bring something in from that left side. Well, it's just these guys are going to be certainly working hard now to get it up and down for par.
Oberg and Spieth over in that right rough.
The graphic there for Ludvig Oberg shows 25 feet 11 inches. At one point it might have been. It's not now, unfortunately.
Brendan, that's just such a small little shelf on that right side. It does get a little bit deeper on the left, but when you have 133 and 135 yards, you're thinking take dead aim.
You're right, Dre. Sometimes you've just got to show a little bit of an extra level of discipline. Fire away from that flagstick. Hit something 15, 20 feet left of it.
I feel as if this is what you were talking about before with Tiger, the way he would think his way around a golf course.
You know, a great example of that was back in the 2019 Masters when Tiger went on to win. That 12th hole had given the players absolute fits. He had said he was going to take it right over the middle of that bunker that is in front of the green. Did exactly that and went on to win. And you know, he played with such discipline. And how often we've heard aggressive to conservative targets. This is one of those holes where it's a perfect example. Pick out a spot 15, 20 feet left of the hole. Hit it over there. At worst, you're going to leave yourself a 15, 20 footer for par. Now these guys are going to be working very, very hard to get these balls up and down.
Yeah, from where they're chipping from, they're probably 5 feet below where the pin is, so they can't really see the slope all that well up on top. Now he's just going to have to decide if he wants to land this short or into the slope to kind of kill some of the pace, but there's not a lot of room past it.
Gave it a scare.
Yeah, that's pretty well done, but still going to have to make a tricky putt.
And for Jordan, it's always nice to see somebody go before you, just kind of seeing how it reacts a little bit once it lands on the surface.
Good opportunity for Jordan to show off again with that short game.
That needs to go.
It comes up woefully short. That's going to leave a difficult 8-footer there. Spieth working hard.
Brendan, that's a couple that we've seen from Jordan Spieth that are very un-Spieth-like.
Again, I think surprised by the fact that grass got between the ball and the club face there and just didn't come out how he's expecting it.
Now, after the fantastic shot by Patrick Reed, he does have a birdie putt.
That was so close to being the shot of the day until it turned around and put on the brakes. This is going to swing quite a bit up the hill to the right. I think from this distance, Brendan, I'd take 4 feet.
Yeah, very much so, Dre. It's not easy. It's so slow the first half of this putt, and then it actually gets pretty quick once it gets beyond the hole. This is really good here. Exceptional touch.
Would you take 4 inches?
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a good 4 after the wayward tee shot.
That's a heck of a 4 after that tee shot. So kind of like the front, he's got a birdie, a bogey, and a par. He's got 4 of a kind. Now Jordan Spieth. Again, it's so humid out right now that you see Spieth having to go to the towel before he makes his putt attempt.
Needs to stop the bleeding right here.
That's another one that he's missed on the high side. Just not matching up line and speed.
It's back-to-back bogeys for Jordan Spieth. Ludvig Oberg trying to get up and down here.
I think so. It's Ludvig Oberg.
Just split that right edge, keep the speed up. Just like that.
Oberg remains at 1 under. Obviously, putting is so key here at Quail Hollow. So for more on this, let's go out to Frisco, Texas with our coach, Joe Hallett.
Guys, as you know, this is where all the magic happens on the green. But as we just saw, literally the magic happens here in that 3 to 4 foot range. These are the things that either save a round or they turn a relatively good round into an incredible round. You can practice this so many ways. You can put down a yardstick. You could put down some alignment sticks on the outside. One you got to keep on, the other you got to keep between. But the key that you want to do is make sure that the ball just rolls right towards the cup. If you can keep that ball on that line, it means you hit it with a square putter face. And you know what? Guys, I got to be honest with you. I turned this upside down, and there's actually a little groove right in the bottom of it. Makes me look really good, but I'm going to go practice it anyway. This is where the magic happens.
I love it. The honesty, the transparency is what we're looking for as we go to the par 3 13th.
I don't think I would have told anybody that there was a little groove there, but this 13th hole looks a little different than back in 2017, the last time the PGA Championship was here. Tee-box now to the right side of the 12th green, and while it plays up the hill now, plays some 5 to 6 yards up the hill from that right side. This is one of those shots where you've got to bring it in with some height. Golf balls that are coming in a little bit flat here will chase through the back of the screen on this left-hand side, and it's a very, very difficult par 3.
.205 yards. The second to last par 3 on this golf course. The last one, part of the Green Mile, the 17th hole. Group ahead still navigating this 13th hole. A lot of players in this afternoon wave at 3 under. But we are on 1 par 3, the 13th. This was from just a little bit earlier. Eric Cole at the 4th.
Good looking move there from Eric Cole, that front left hole location, and watch this. Jams into the flagstick. Hands up in the air, that is an ace.
There you go. not mistaken, he's playing with the leader, Cam Davis. Dustin Johnson looking at his putt right here. With his brother reading it, and look at how much break he reads on this putt.
He has brought his brother into just about every putt. Must really be struggling with the reads. And this is not an easy one here for DJ. Got to match up that line and speed. Will break hard left as it loses speed. Just a little bit firm on that line.
All right, flag is in. They're clearing the green. I love watching Ludvig Oberg when he hits.
Yeah, I like
whether
530 right now.
A tee shot, a shot from the fairway. He goes through this routine, and once he sets up, he goes. Like there's no thought once he's over the ball.
Doesn't want a lot of information from Joe Scarverin, just the essentials, and then, as you say, ready to go. No wasted motion, no wasted thoughts.
And 205 adjusted up to 211 up this slope. Throwing this well in the air and drawing left. This is going to miss the green.
He looked down in disgust right away, knowing exactly that he missed that one.
Sounded like maybe just a little bit of a toe hit there.
Traditionally, Patrick Reed just feasts on these left cut pin locations. There's a bit of a thumbprint on the right hand side, though. If you do get a little too conservative, it'll feed some 20 feet down off the right side of the screen. Trying to hit the center of it would be ideal.
That sounded good.
Good solid shot there, right as you're talking about, Dre, right into the heart of the green. I will leave a quick putt down the hill.
It appeared down from the tee box, Brendan, and that took a massive bounce.
This green is one of the firmest on the golf course. These balls are coming in pretty flat now from this tee box on that right side.
Now Jordan Spieth trying to right the ship. He's got 3 straight 5s to open up this back 9.
Wind picking up right now, straight down. Makes it even more difficult to get that ball up in the air. This seems to be on a really good line if the distance is right.
He's long.
Flies it over the top of the flagstick. One hops it over the green.
Sometimes a major championship will make you talk to yourself.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
That is a great point. And the course and the competitors. These shots, Ludvig Oberg comes up short in that bunker. 17 birdies on this day, but almost double the amount of bogeys or worse.
And as we look at that graphic there, Ludvig Oberg's bunker shot may be even easier than the putt that Patrick Reed has down the hill.
His ball got all the way down to the flat, but the lie is perfect.
Dre, we're starting to see some flag sticks moving around a little bit.
It's not welcome for the players, but I'm happy to have it.
Appreciate the honesty there. And good one there from Ludvig Oberg. Leaves it just underneath the hole.
Really did a nice job of keeping up his speed through that sand. He needed that just to get the ball up as quickly as he needed it.
Well, now another opportunity for Spieth. He's had some trouble with the rough around the greens.
Well, he's definitely going to have trouble with this one. Grain is into him. There's a big tuft of grass in between his face and the ball, and he's going to have some speed.
This one does have some speed. Settle down. Settle. He's just a little out of sorts around the greens. These are not typical shots that you see from Jordan Spieth.
We saw his reaction after his tee shot. Just couldn't believe it went that far.
Yeah, Dre, there seems to be a lot of frustration in the Jordan Spieth camp right now.
Understandable. I mean, I think the fact that this is his 9th attempt at trying to complete the career Grand Slam, there's always a little extra pressure, maybe a little more trying than you're typically accustomed to, as opposed to just letting the course come to you, trying to maybe force it just a little bit.
It took Rory 11 tries. No other player needed more than 3 tries to complete the career Grand Slam. Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player each took 3 tries to complete it. So here's Jordan on his 9th attempt. And what's crazy about Jordan is that this PGA Championship, it's always been difficult for him. He's never had a lead in a single round of any PGA Championship.
You look at the results, you think back all the way to 2015 when he was chasing Jason Day. I know he had a runner-up finish, but never really had much of a chance. Jason Day was pulling away from him the entire time, and Jordan's spoken about it, that he knows that this is the tournament that was, as far as the majors goes, this was the one that was always going to be the most difficult for him.
Now Patrick Reed for birdie.
And big swinger from right to left, picking up speed right here.
Not one you could get too aggressive with. That's well done. Quail Hollow will test your lag putting. No doubt about it.
What do you think, Brendan, will be the ultimate deciding factor in who wins this week?
I think patience. I really do think patience. You're going to have some rough stretches through a 72-hole tournament. The guy that can really remain patient when things are not going your way, I think, is going to be huge come week's end.
Trey, how about you? What do you think will be the key?
I think the guys that drive it the best out here with as soft as the fairways have been playing, they're not getting a lot of roll. If you can get that ball in the fairway and just give yourself as many opportunities to hit greens, then it comes down to putting, right? So just, I think the guys that are in play off the tee and able to control their shots coming in with irons are going to have the most looks, and hopefully at the end one of the guys just gets their putter hot, which is what Jordan needs to do right now. His head is spinning and needs something good to happen, and that's not it.
That's not going to improve his mood there. Leaves that one right in the mouth of the hole, short. That will be 3 bogeys in a row and going in the wrong direction.
It's obviously still early, but the cut is top 70 and ties out of 156 players in the field.
If you're Jordan Spieth right now, it's almost like you need to take just a little bit of a mental timeout. You're currently at +4. Tell yourself, I've got 2 really legitimate birdie opportunities right in front of me. Take care of those. I want to be 2 over par standing on the 16th tee. But he's just got to find a way to sort of change the narrative.
No, Oberg for his par.
Nicely done. Good up and down there. Ludvig will remain at 1 under par.
As they head to the 14th, we can tell you that next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon, so almost a reversal this year and next year. Last week, the PGA Tour made a stop in Philadelphia at the Philly Cricket Club. This week, they're in Charlotte. Next year, it'll be the inverse.
Another beautiful golf course there at Wanamaker. Fantastic venue for the PGA Championship. And well, here's a fantastic hole, number 14. My favorite hole on the golf course. Gives the players the opportunity to pick one up if you execute correctly. See that little ramp up down that right side there. If you can get something kind of turning right to left, use that ramp, get it to chase onto the front of the screen. We will see some 2s on this hole as the week moves along.
Will we see more 2s or more 6s?
I think we will see more 2s. I'm going to be a glass half full guy.
What do you got? Perfect coming down, Joe?
14 to right edge of green right in the next one.
Is there any reason not to go for this?
Yeah.
There is not. Absolutely no reason not to go at it. Just 303 to the front edge.
And this is less than driver for Ludvig.
303, and then is playing down, tees up just a little bit, probably adjusted 299 front edge. This is on a gorgeous line, right half of the fairway.
Took a big hop on the green.
Beautiful tee shot there. Will chase to the middle part of the green, but that will be a putt for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's either this or it's a.
Also less than driver for Reed.
Downwind currently. Oh, this is blocked out to the right towards those bunkers short.
That's going to leave a very difficult shot there right towards that water. It's not where you want to miss it if you're Patrick Reed.
All right, you said this, but it's a chance for a bounce back right now in a big way for Jordan Spieth.
Also less than driver for Jordan.
Nah, he hits a pretty long ball, so this should be enough to get there. Starting up the right side, trying to draw it. Should kick left, though.
Will take that slope and feed down towards the front edge of the green. A good result there for Jordan Spieth.
No doubt an opportunity for Spieth to bounce back, but this is going to be an interesting shot for Patrick Reed. Ludvig Oberg with a 3-wood, trying to drive the green here at the 14th, saying, come on, come on. Okay.
On the back of the green, choose then, freeze. In the water? No, one's on the back of the green. Oh, okay.
Bunker right here.
Nobody went in. No one went in. I don't. This is the only one in the. Okay. Oh,
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course, so and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating.
I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play. And I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Nowadays we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
Good advice, and certainly good strategy for Ludvig Oberg, making his first career start here at Quail Hollow. And the reason why it makes sense is because when you try to lay up here, it's not an easy approach shot.
No, it's not. It's a small area where you're trying to land a wedge shot. He's right. The analytics say that you've got to try and get something up around that green, especially to this front left flag. Although if you're Patrick Reed, you might be second guessing right now, because this is an incredibly difficult second shot.
And scary. It's very easy to catch too much ball here, have this thing fly, so I would assume this is going to be a blast shot. And really making sure that he's getting down after it and taking a lot of sand. There's no reason to err long.
Dre, is he short enough where he's not having to come over that little area on that right side, that little low area?
Dre, he did exactly what you said. Splashed it, didn't want to take the risk of going in the water.
Yeah, that's not a big surprise. Not exactly what he wanted to do, but living to hit another shot. Yeah, it's just one of those shots that puts enough fear into your body that you feel like you're kind of turning into a little balloon knot.
Well, he did the right thing there. He took the big number out of play. He's going to be able to get the putter on the next one if he so chooses.
Looks like Jordan, he's got the putter out.
We'll see if Jordan goes first here. He is not away, and I think that he may wait for Patrick to go ahead and hit his shot just so he can see how the ball reacts.
I think I'd wait. I'd like to get to see how quick this ball is once it gets on the green.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but looking at this green area, like if you're in the bunker on the right of the green, it's not an easy shot out of there either sometimes because the green slopes away.
The green does go away from you. The good thing from that right bunker is to that flag there is enough green to work with where you can kind of dump something out and let it release down there.
I like that he put that wedge away and pulled out putter. It does get a little firm on the front portion of this green, and it can get away from you. And with how good these fringes are running, I love this. And that's exactly why you wait right there, Brendan. That way you can see the speed.
Yeah, that would have given Jordan Spieth a good teach. And Dre, you mentioned the firmness there. We've been out there, or you've been out there for about 4 hours now. How much has the golf course dried out from the start of the round?
Substantially. I mean, I don't know if you're going to have any risk of mud balls like you did in the first half of the day. Balls are coming up pretty clean. Now, this is better pace right here by Jordan. This has a chance.
Slow down.
Took a good look at the left side of the hole. Jordan gets it beyond the hole, be putting back uphill from that angle.
He's had a lot of 5-footers today that's not what you want to have. Green in and green out. Just creates a little more stress than you're looking for.
How quick is this putt for Åberg?
It's a little bit downhill, but it's not overly quick. Main thing is just trying to figure out how much break you want to play and match up that speed.
Good. It's downhill right there, and then almost a little bit back up the hill as it gets closer to the hole.
He'll have that left for a birdie. Patrick Reed has the putt for par.
Yeah, from about 7.5 feet now, this thing going to try to move to his left. This is a hole when you're on the tee. Everybody is looking to birdie, but it can jump up and bite you.
Does just that. He's going to have some work left now for the bogey.
Yeah, he's going to throw a spot on that, Brendan. He's going to have to think about it, and that's the last thing you want to do with a bogey putt.
I think about golf architecture, golf course design. We look at all these holes, and what does everyone always talk about here? Like the length, you know, the 531-yard par 4 at the 9th. This is 311 yards, and that makes these guys think all the time.
I think this is a genius par 4 right here. One of my favorite drivable par 4s that we ever play in PGA Championship or on the PGA Tour. It's just a risk-reward hole, and if you hit the correct shots, you can make a birdie. If you're out of play, you're going to be struggling, as we see Jordan Spieth make the comeback of a birdie there. Much-needed birdie.
So Spieth came up just short, putted from off the green, then made the 5-footer. Oberg drove the green, left his first putt short, and now has this left for birdie.
Saw how much that thing broke to the right as it was losing speed. Back up slope, slightly right.
Just catches the left side of the hole. Well done there. 2-putt birdie for Ludvig Oberg. Moves it to -2.
Yeah, first birdie on this backside for Oberg. And now this still left for bogey for Patrick Reed. Couple of threes and a bogey 5 here at the 14th. A lot of circles and squares on that scorecard for Patrick Reed here in the first round, and it all adds up to a +1.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of everything for Patrick Reed through his first 14 holes. He's hit some high quality shots and some loose ones.
Now the par 5 15th.
And the last legitimate birdie opportunity before they get into the green mile. They make the short trek up the hill, elevated tee shot here at 15. Trying to start something down that right side, turn it from right to left off that bunker. Don't want anything to do with the left side. We've got a whole location in that front right corner. You can use the right side there, try and get something just short right. Leaves a very, very easy up and down. That front greenside bunker really not too bad either. At 566, everybody in the field will be able to reach this par 5 in 2.
And Brendan, it's going to be a little tougher to turn this ball over as the wind is out of the left and helping.
It makes this tee shot a lot more awkward, pushing towards those bunkers down the right side.
Ludvig is headed towards the second bunker, 330 to it.
Just flew it in there.
Will be a forced layup, I would imagine, for Ludvig.
Yeah, just off the edge of those branches. I got down off the left.
Trey, with this wind, you've really got to challenge that left side.
There's always surprisingly a little more room over there. You do have those trees, but it's probably about 20 yards of rough left of the fairway. This is on this very similar line, headed more towards the first bunker, 317 to it.
Looks like that one jumped into the same bunker as Oberg's.
Reed now. Wind has switched straight down. This is ideal. Right up the center.
Yeah, much more aggressive line there from Patrick Reed. Yeah, that's going to be perfect. And that will be in well within range.
We'll have to see what the lies are like for Åberg and Spieth. This par 5 15th first round, the 107th PGA Championship.
If players were given a club for every time they almost won a major, a dozen guys this week could arm a town the size of Abilene. Lots of players come close. Close enough for the loss to haunt them forever when they're getting paid to live in the almostness of fading nostalgia. But only a select few persevere to win a major. In that inch of difference between almost and champion lies the answer to so many prayers.
It is so true. Winning a major, what it can do for you, how it can change your life. And here we are at the 15th, par 5, 566, and Åberg and Spieth are both in that bunker, the second bunker. Patrick Reed, 253 left to the pin. Now it's having to identify whose ball is whose.
Well, Åberg has the worst lie. His ball is sitting down quite a bit, so he's going to have some decisions to make.
Dre, is that lie bad enough for Åberg where you may actually have to hit something short of the water, or is he going to be able to get it across?
I mean, it's going to be in the back of his mind, I'll tell you that. We'll see, though. It's just sitting down in a little impression. Jordan's is good enough. He may even think about hitting a wood out of there.
Looks like Ludvig Oberg and Joe Skovron are deep in thought there, deep in conversation as to where they're trying to lay this ball up.
Patrick Reed already has the lumber out.
And 253 yards. It does play uphill. Wind out of the left. And this went way left. Way left.
Wow. That is up by 16. They were actually out of bounds up there.
That was quick left and going left.
Well, Oberg now, he has to fly this at least 135 to get across the water. That's a nice play right there, getting himself back into position and a wedge in his hand.
Pretty good out of that lie, dude. Oh. Yeah.
Jordan Spieth thought so too.
Well, this is exactly what I was thinking, Jordan.
It's all right as long as I prioritize. Like if I hit it a little fat, it'll end up fine. It'll end up what? Fine, I think. Yeah. You know, just can't thin it, right? Yep. All right. Secret contact. I think hitting it up there is a good idea. Yeah. Getting off the left.
He's going to err with fat here. I just got a look from Michael Greller. He's not so sure about this play.
It's not often you say you'd like to catch it a little bit heavy out of a
Oh,
fairway
no, got
ball.
it.
I think I hit the lip. Or ramps or something. Thinned it, the thing you couldn't do.
Is it okay, Dre?
It is okay. It barely covered the water. It's probably 10 yards past it, and it looked like it sat down in the long rough there. And I'm going to tell you, probably nobody has been in that location, so we'll see how thick it is.
You heard him say, I thinned it. The one thing that I couldn't do, and it did. It caught that lip in front of him, and a little fortunate that it got across the water.
Let's see if it caught the lip at all.
Looked like it just hit into that upslope just underneath the lip, and little fortunate that it ramped as far as it did. Gets across that penalty area.
Once again, the player with the worst lie has the best shot. I mean, those were two crazy misses we just saw between Patrick Reed and Jordan Spieth.
Things are not going to get a whole lot easier for Jordan Spieth. That's some of the thickest rough on the golf course just across that penalty area there at 15. And he's going to be coming off a severe upslope.
Yeah, it took him a little while to find that ball too, so it's sitting down.
Man, Dre, he got really lucky. Looking at the replay.
I think Megamind might have just got hold of our tracker right there.
Oh, it's quartering.
Your game, your rules.
This, I have to hit this right. I don't think this can come out. Just play it right. It turns it over fine. Front bunker's okay though, right? We just don't want it left on the 15 or any left of that, right? That's right. And off the left.
He's going to need a lot of speed coming through here. This lie is worse than my mother-in-law's perfume.
Hoisting it straight up in the air. That would have looked so good to him right over the top of the flagstick. It's going to leave a tricky one coming back down the hill now.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the shot. I mean, a normal shot, 5, if it's floated in 7 right now, it's comfortable, but that's right. The lightness is not much.
So this right now for Patrick Reed is one of the reasons why the distance measuring devices come in handy.
Yes, you're going. Unless it's like that. That's what it is right now. I mean, you can hit high 90. You can hit high 90s with this one, or like yeah. I would say that. I like that. It's just a stock update. Yep. And perfect lands, add it to one left of it. Okay.
Well, 104 now for Åberg. This does play up about 7 paces. He can't see the putting surface. This is struck really nicely right over the pin. Should come back.
Oh, just too much.
It gets hung up in that fringe off on the right side, and these guys are making this 15th hole look very difficult.
How about that face right there by Patrick Reed? Like, what is this? These guys are all saying, I thought the difficult holes start at 16.
Dre, has he got any chance from this angle over here on the left of 15?
He does, and he's in the area where everybody's standing, so it's matted down. I think he's just trying to figure out how this lie looks. I didn't have a chance to get over there and see it, but if he just covers the bunker on the left-hand side of the green, it does land into a little bit of an upslope before it hits the ridge and starts running away. So yes, I do think that he can get this close. And I don't think that anything long of this green where Åberg is would be a bad shot.
Yeah, you'd rather be long than short from this angle as he takes it way upstairs. And that is going to chase through, very similar to where we saw Ludvig Åberg's ball come to rest. Nobody on the green surface in 3.
You don't see this very often.
Let's see here from a different angle. Takes it way upstairs. Maybe just flew it a little bit too far.
That's where you have to err, though. He still has a chance at birdie. It's not a great one, but back in position.
Pretty crazy when you think about this, that Ludvig Oberg is 2 under at the moment. The leader, Cam Davis, 6 under with 1 more hole to go. Now here's Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, he stepped off of it right there. Once you're not playing well, you seem to have rabbit ears. This is very quick down the slope. Wants to go right at the beginning and then back left.
Come on back. Oh, get there.
Pretty good putt right there, Brendan.
Yeah, very good there, Dre. He had that read perfectly. Nice lag and should be able to get out of there with a 5. Dre, these putts for Patrick Reed and Ludvig Åberg, they can be pretty aggressive with it going back up the hill.
Yeah, once they start turning left, they're going to pick up a little speed. I think a lot of it, the uphill is at the very beginning in the fringe. Probably pick up a little bit of pace once it gets to the putting surface, but moving very hard down towards the front edge of the green left. It's still one of those putts I don't want to get real aggressive with it, because once it does get below the hole, it can really pick up speed.
You'd like to make this from the high side.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, that was so good.
Great attempt there.
Apparently there are many different ways to make 5 on this hole.
We've seen a couple of them right there. Well, we will as soon as Patrick Reed taps it in. You saw what Dre was talking about there. That ball almost took a right turn as it was losing speed. Like you'd like to make it at about 4 o'clock on a clock face. That one just got hung up a little bit in that fringe.
These guys all come to 15 thinking, all right, chance to pick up at least 1. They have had to sweat out this par 5.
Just a couple feet left for Ludvig Oberg. And he will make his way over to the 16th tee at -2.
-2 right now, tied for 20th. Bunch of players at 3 under par.
And Brendan, that's what you were talking about, is just staying patient. He's not playing great golf, but still 2 under par, in position, just steady, wins the race.
And speaking of Oberg, he seems to do a great job of it. I know it's part of his makeup and his outward demeanor, but he seems like he has that patience to him.
No doubt. Well, as players navigate their way around the course this week, danger will be looming in the form of the Green Mile. The last 3 holes at Quail Hollow have been called a nightmare over the years, and here's why. In the PGA Championship in 2017, there were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. Of those, 12 were triple or quadruple bogeys. That matches the number of triples or worse on the first 15 holes. A lot of danger comes from the water in play. Since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003, more than 1,800 golf balls have been found in the water in this stretch of holes. All that to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Not Winged Foot, Kiowa, or Carnoustie. When it comes to it, you better walk safely.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I was driving my golf cart right there, Justin, I would have put it in reverse and gone the other way. But these guys have to deal with these 3 holes, and it starts right here at the 16th. Such a difficult hole. Goes from left to right, while the fairway cambers from right to left. Ideally, I'd like to hit some sort of fade to find that fairway, and we've got such a difficult hole location today. It's cut on top of a little perch in this back left-hand corner. Anything that misses left can find its way down into that penalty area. You'd just like to try and get something into the middle of the screen, 2-putt, and jog over to the 17th tee.
Look at that finishing stretch here. What do you think? Brendan, you've played this course a bunch. What do you think is the hardest hole on this golf course?
I think the 16th hole is right now because, well, we talk about 16, 17, 18 being the Green Mile. 17, you just have to hit 1 quality shot. 16, you've got to stand up there, you've got to hit a quality drive, and then you've got to follow it up with a quality second as well. So it's just so difficult, and then you get up there and it's a difficult green complex as well.
Today it is the hardest hole. Only 3 birdies on the day. Oberg on the tee.
And not to mention, Brendan, that bunker on the right side.
This looks to be a good start here. Finds the left side of the fairway. Job well done.
Notice he got about 6 feet of roll.
And that's the other thing. The 16th fairway kind of sits in a little bit of a low area, and it's one of the more wet fairways on the golf course.
Now Spieth.
And it's 342 to cover that bunker. I don't think that's an option right now. And this is right of the bunker between the tree. And that's going to be an awkward lie right there, Brendan. Ball well above his feet.
That's going to be a tough one to stop that from going left. Jordan knows it right away. He's missed this out to the right, and he knows what a difficult second shot he's going to have from over there.
Patrick Reed.
He's heading towards that bunker, just turning left of it, and stays in the fairway. Good tee shot for Patrick Reed.
Jordan Spieth in some trouble here off the tee at 16. Patrick Reed just trying to right the ship coming in on the green mile. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. It's not going to be easy to make a birdie here at the 16th hole. Just 3 birdies on the day. Ludvig Oberg, a great tee shot. Jordan Spieth going to have to navigate some issues up there by the tree. I don't know about you, Brendan, but I love this area of the golf course where you can look out and you can see the 16th green, the 17th hole, across the pond. You see the 14th, you see the 15th tee.
Wonderful place for spectators there. You can, as you say, you can see all the entirety of the green mile, plus across there to the 14th hole, and it's always a place where there's a good vibe. There's a lot going on around there, and makes for an enjoyable Thirsty Thursday.
You can always follow it up with a transfusion at Selwyn Pub afterwards. It's the 10-year anniversary of somebody taking a golf cart from Quail Hollow and driving it to Selwyn Pub. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, go look at the story on Golf Digest.
That was a story that got a lot of mileage for a while. Speaking of a lot of mileage, that's exactly what Patrick Reed's going to have for his second shot here, Dre.
What makes this so difficult, this second shot?
Well, you're hitting down to the where the green is. The fairway is some 7 or 8 yards up above the green surface, and you know that anything that left can kick down there into the water, and it's the length of the shot as well. It's well over 200 yards, and the ball's in the air for a long time.
220 for Reed now. Just don't need to go long of this pin. It drops off drastically past it. Trying to get this to draw back, but it is not a bad shot though.
See that little 3/4 follow through there, just trying to flight it down a little bit, and that's a good solid golf shot there, right into the middle of the green.
Dre, how bad is it for Jordan?
There's nothing good about this. The ball's probably 1.5 feet above his feet. Wind coming from the right. That ball above his feet, as Brendan mentioned, is going to be very hard to keep this thing straight. So he may need to start this right of the bunker, guarding the right side of the green.
Dre, this is one of those where a good result is even in that right green side bunker. That's not going to hurt you.
Not at all, but I think he's starting to press a little bit with where he's at. I don't think he wants anything to do with that right bunker. He wants to find the surface here.
Sometimes the score can dictate the shot you're going to try and play.
And starting right and just staying right at the bunker.
It just does kick down into the flat.
Ball didn't curve at all.
You would think as far above his feet as it was, it'd have to go left.
Oberg quickly in position.
210 yards, playing about 4 paces down. This is a great spot to be playing from. Just hitting at the fat part of the green. If it turns over, great. Throwing this well up in the air. This is on a phenomenal line.
Uh-oh.
Flies it well past the flagstick. Takes a massive first bounce. There is some rough there. I would imagine that ball would get hung up.
Welcome to Quail Hollow.
You could see he loved that golf shot there, was posing on it, Justin, and just flew it a little bit too far.
Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy all playing in the same group today. All made double bogey here at the 16th.
Yeah, this hole has given the players fits. Most difficult hole on the golf course. You saw the graphic earlier. Just 3 birdies for the day so far.
I know you mentioned it before, but what a job by the crew at Quail Hollow to get this golf course ready after all the rain. Again, they have not been able to mow the rough since the weekend.
Just a huge shout out to Keith Wood and his staff. They've been putting in some just ungodly hours to get this place ready for the best players in the world, and they've got it looking just absolutely pristine, even with the 4 inches of rain that we've had this week. Well, the good news for Jordan Spieth is that ball did kick down into the flat part of this bunker.
And Brendan, it may even be on just a slight downslope too, which will help him out for this long bunker shot.
He's got a couple options here, Dre, whether he wants to try and fly something up under the level where the flag is, or maybe go for that chunk and run, get it chasing back there.
I can tell you what I would do. It wouldn't be landing it up top. Just looks like an infinity pool beyond it.
You and I would be on the same shot here. Settle there. It's going to leave a difficult putt for par.
How about the lie for Ludvig?
Well, he's on an upslope, but all of the grass is just mowed right back into him. So he's going to have to really judge this lie and make sure that he keeps his speed up through it, because the grass is going to grab that club quickly. Easy to have this thing come out and kind of jump left on you. He's got some green to work with, though. Very fortunate it didn't bounce over into the water. He's probably about 7 feet from it. Slow down. There is a ridge there.
It just hangs on to the correct level. That ball didn't need to go much further to get down that ridge.
This is certainly explaining why this hole has been the most difficult today.
And this is the most difficult hole location on this 16th green here. Cut in that high spot. It's just so hard to get the ball close.
Patrick Reed had that nice approach shot in here. Trying to get the good read for this putt. If nothing else, to walk away with a stress-free par would be a huge win at this 16th.
Yeah, you make a 4 here, you're picking up almost half a shot on the field. So any 4 is a good 4 at 16.
Well, there's nothing not stressful about this putt. Inside of 50 feet, uphill all the way to this pin. Once it does get past, it starts to slope away. You saw how much speed Jordan's had going by.
That one comes up about 5 feet short. All 3 players working hard here at the difficult 16th.
Yeah, they are. And it's not just that the stretch of 3 holes is so hard. It's also where it is in your round. You're already mentally exhausted, probably physically exhausted. And then you come here and you're like, oh gosh, it's not over.
Well, that's a great point, and you don't have the opportunity to recover either. That's the other thing. You know, if you finish your round on a sour note, you don't have the opportunity to make it right.
Brendan, this putt is not doing a whole lot. If anything, it should move towards the front of the green to his right.
It's one of those, Dre, it's so tricky because you feel like you want to make it try and break one way or the other. And you said it really just does not do a lot. If you get it outside the hole on that left side, it will stay there, and it did.
Top 70 in ties. Jordan Spieth is going to have to go low tomorrow. Cam Davis did make a bogey at the final hole, like Ryan Gerard, so they are tied at 5 under at the moment.
Not much to this putt for Oberg, fairly straight.
It was right from the start. Disappointing bogey. Really liked the second shot, just flew it a little bit too far. Just shows the exacting nature of the 16th hole.
Kessler Curran is reading every putt right now for Reed, and with Reed's ability to putt and read greens, I'm very interested to know how much he actually takes into account what Kessler tells him.
He's been very involved in the reading of the greens. Good solid stroke there for Patrick Reed, and a good 4 at 16.
Good 4 indeed. So Patrick Reed, I mean, look at that scorecard all over the place. +1 as he heads to 17. And Jordan Spieth is in with a bogey and makes a donation to the pond. So we spoke with the players before this about the Green Mile. Good thing we did it before, not after.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute and hit some golf shots, that's for sure. When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That Green Mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
Well, let's see if they can pass part 2 of the test, the 17th.
Well, you heard Justin Thomas say there, you've just got to stand up there and hit some golf shots, and that's exactly what you got to do here at 17. You can see there water guards the entire left side of the screen. You just want to try and land something in the front third of the screen. Let it take the undulation and the slopes as it gets all the way back to this left hole location.
The way this green and all the greens are, you have to land it short because it's been rolling out so much.
This green plays as firm as any of the greens on the golf course. It sits out there and in a very exposed area, kind of bakes throughout the day, and we will hear these balls land and take a big first bounce.
We'll have to wait for the green to clear up ahead. Here's Dustin Johnson.
This club has not been his friend today. And more evidence of that right there for DJ.
Think back to Dustin Johnson, 2014, 15, 16. He was one of the top players in the world.
And in this same group, as we see Dustin Johnson just not touch the hole from 3 feet. In the same group, we can report that Colin Morikawa did make a birdie. So it is possible.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm going to guess that we will see a different wand in Dustin Johnson's golf bag tomorrow.
You get the sense that just about everybody is going to be bit at some point this week at the Green Mile.
Yeah, if you can somehow get through this stretch of 3 holes 4 days in a row without something going on, you're going to be picking up all sorts of shots.
Need to put your big boy britches on for this hole here, Brendan.
You do indeed, Dre. There's no faking it. You've just got to stand up there and hit a high quality golf shot.
This elevated tee plays down about 6 paces. 227 adjusted down to 221. 191 covers that front edge.
What do you think's a good landing number, Dre? Something in that 200-yard range?
I love 200 yards, and this is the least amount of wind we've seen all afternoon, just a touch out of the right. This is right edge of the green, trying to draw.
Well, that just landed a little shorter than he would have liked. You can see there again, that 3/4 follow through, just trying to flight something down, get it chasing back there.
I think he was probably expecting that to chase a little bit more. The front half of the screen slopes into you, and there's a ridge running from right to left through the green. Once you cross that, it does slightly run away, so nobody wants to land it beyond that because it can just take a big bounce long into that liquid.
If you can land something right on top of that ridge, that would be ideal.
This is thrown straight up in the air. This is on a great line, just right of it.
Yeah, much higher ball flight. A little unfortunate there. That hits really softly.
Just watching this hole earlier, and maybe it's as the day's gone on, but watching this hole earlier, it looked like a trampoline.
Well, as Dre was talking about there, anything that lands where that ball did from Ludvig Oberg, you're into that upslope. If that flies another 5 yards, you land on a flat area and then it goes down from there.
As long as it gets 190 with that one. You know? Yep.
4 over par. How aggressive does he want to be right there?
Looks like he's aiming well out to the right. Going to try and sling a draw in there.
And it's just hanging there. This is right of the green.
That will put some more pressure on that short game of Jordan Spieth, just a little bit off.
The difficult stretch here coming down the stretch of this first round for this featured group.
Count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, Joe.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship and live from Frisco here. You know, one thing we haven't seen out of a few of these groups this afternoon is a lot of putting. Everybody seems to be chipping in all over the place. What is the common denominator? What do you see between the difference between a good chipper and a bad chipper? One of the things I want you to look for is what is high to low. High to low. If you struggle with your chipping, I guarantee you, you're going low to high. So when you watch so many of these players out there, high, low, and then you watch them hit the ball, it's got a little spin, it's got good contact. High to low, that's the way to go if you want to chip good.
All right, note to self, high to low, high to low. Okay, I'm writing all this stuff down, Joe. Keep them coming. 9 birdies on the day here at the 17th. Over 51 bogeys or doubles.
I've seen your game, Justin. I think it's going to take more than just Joe Hallett tips to get you going in the right direction.
Thank you. I'm waiting for you to give me tips.
Don't hold your breath.
All right, Jordan Spieth. We've talked about his struggles around the green today, but at least this time he doesn't have to deal with the rough.
Yeah, he's got a very clean lie on an upslope. He's going to need to throw a fair amount of check on this, landing on the down.
This is more like it. That's kind of what we expect from Spieth, but even that one comes up a little bit short. That look kind of says it all right there. He's been beaten up out there.
This did not appear to be the right course for him to complete that career Grand Slam.
I would agree with that. You know, it's not a, when we play it for the Truist Championship, it's not a regular stop on the schedule for Jordan Spieth. He's played it sparingly, and it's not a golf course, as you say, that would really, you would think that it would set up for Jordan Spieth.
That's why I think the leaderboard from earlier today was so surprising to see a Luke Donald up there at 4 under. You're going, well, Luke Donald's not a bomber.
Yeah, and I think the biggest surprise was Rory McIlroy going out and shooting 3 over. It's a golf course where he's extremely comfortable on, knows all the sight lines off the tees, and he just didn't have it today. It happens. It's golf. It's a tough sport. But Rory's going to have to come out and play a really good round tomorrow to get himself back into the middle of this.
This is going to be a long putt for Patrick Reed.
A long ways uphill the first half, downhill the second, moving right to left. All of it.
Another one of those putts that you want to get it coming in from that high side.
And this looks like it has plenty of pace.
Nicely done there for Patrick Reed. Beautiful putt from long distance.
Brendan, looking at the way that this course is playing right now and heading into tomorrow, you have any predictions on what you think that cut line might be?
You know, Dre, I think it's going to fall somewhere in that, I would imagine, 1 to 2 over par range, I would think. Maybe even a little, maybe even might push to 3 over as it continues to dry out and these greens get firmer and firmer.
What do you think, Trey?
I would say 2. I don't think it's going to get to 3. I think it's going to heat up a little bit tomorrow. Guys are going to hit the ball a little bit farther, but I agree it's going to be tough coming into greens with those firming up. This has to go.
On the walk early there, knew he hadn't given that enough right off the bat.
That was woefully short.
And that leaves a difficult second putt now, still up above the hole. And outside of the chip shot of Jordan Spieth. You know, Dre, the only reason I say it might go to +3 is that we just have such difficult finishing holes on both sides. And if you're, you know, that pressure, if you're right around that cut number and you're trying to get it in, it becomes even more difficult.
You're a brilliant man, so I trust you, Brendan.
I will take any compliment I can get from you, Dre, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, you let me know if you need me to tell your wife that too, because I don't know if she believes that. Or does she?
All right, let's see if Ludvig can save his par. Avoid back-to-back bogeys here at the Green Mile.
You saw how far left both Spieth's ball and Reed's ball went at the very end.
Good two-putt. That's an interesting two-putt there, but he gets it down. He's done a good job of just hanging around Ludvig Oberg all day. He's just been hanging around.
Spieth trying for the up and down par.
He needs something. It just has been a battle all day long. Usually so good around the greens and just hasn't got a lot of putts to fall, hasn't chipped it to tap-in range.
Well, big putt here will make his job a lot easier tomorrow to try and be around for the weekend, and a good solid stroke from Jordan Spieth.
That was a little bit of a smile?
Yeah, maybe a little smile. Might be smiling because he's coming to the end of the round.
Probably thinking about a little Chipotle drizzle after this.
How could you not be? All right, now for the two-putt par for Patrick Reed.
This is right back up the fall line. Pretty basic putt here for Patrick.
And another good two-putt there.
Who says this 17th hole is hard? 3 threes. And then there was one.
The final one, and it doesn't get any easier. Measuring just under 500 yards at 496 today. See that little creek that meanders down the entire left side of the hole? That catches a lot of golf balls. don't want to bail out right into that bunker because you've got no chance of finding the green surface from there. And once you do get up here, a green that does not get much easier. A big thumbprint in the front corner of the screen. Balls will feed off from there. Pin located today in that back right-hand corner. Difficult to get close to. You got to bring something in low, skip it back there.
Sometimes you hit a shot into this 18th green and you think it's really good, and you get up there and you're like, wait, it rolled off and I'm near the creek? How?
You know, it's one of those, you stand back in the fairway and the green's about 3 or 4 yards up above you, so it's so difficult to get a depth perception there. And as you say, it's you can hit some good shots that don't get some great results on this 18th hole.
Well, this is what the leaderboard looks like. Not what many people thought on this first day of the PGA Championship. Ryan Gerard, Cam Davis tied at 5 under. Luke Donald with Ryan Fox. Fox got in the last minute last week, chipping in. Alex Smalley, Steven Yeager, Aaron Rye. And this is what is going on right now on 18 by the green. Justin Thomas, who won here, the PGA Championship in 2017. He hit it towards the creek, and it's actually on the grass, so he's in the penalty area, and he's going to look to play this backwards, I believe. As he's doing that, we go to the tee and Patrick Reed.
Perfect. Right half of the fairway.
That was nice there, Dre. Just a hard fade, moving it away from that little creek.
Again, this is what's happening right now with Justin Thomas. He's trying to figure out what kind of a shot can he make, what kind of a swing.
If he goes 1 foot in the creek there, the ball's going to come out so low that it's going to drill that bank in front of him as we move back to the tee and find Ludvig Oberg.
This is well out to the right. Right of the bunker. Needs to avoid a path up there.
He is going to need to get very fortunate to find a gap in those trees down that right side.
Yeah, it looks like he found pine straw, so he's going to need to get lucky with a lie and then lucky with a gap. It's so easy to play away from that penalty area on the left side, but there's nothing good right.
Now Jordan Spieth.
This is also starting right at the bunker, fading right of it as well.
That too will find that pine straw. All the creativity is going to be tested.
Speaking of creativity being tested, Justin Thomas just figured out what he wanted to do, and watch this. How good is that? +1 for his round. He'll have that putt for a par. All right, the drives here on 18. Ludvig Oberg and Jordan Spieth. How does that happen? How do they end up next to each other that far right?
Yeah, side by side, not where they'd like to be side by side. Well, they're both going to be busy over there on the way out to the right.
Patrick Reed in good position. Middle of the fairway, 190 to the pin. Overall, day one, round one, what's your takeaway from this?
Kind of what we expected. You know, we thought there'd be some good rounds. Sort of mid-60s was what we thought it would be. It's gotten a little bit more tricky as the afternoons moved along, and the golf course really has dried out nicely. It's starting to play how we expected it, and come Friday afternoon, it's going to be exactly where they want it.
Biggest surprise?
Luke Donald for me. Luke Donald on one side, and on the other extreme, Rory McIlroy. I really thought Rory, with the weight lifted off his shoulders after what happened last month at Augusta, I really thought Rory would come out and play a great opening round. He struggled today. He did. It happens. And he's going to have to play a really good round in the afternoon tomorrow to get himself back into this tournament.
We do know that Rory's history here at Quail Hollow, he could certainly go low. As Justin Thomas is trying for the incredible up and down par. That moves him to +2 on the day.
Battled back well, got off to a dreadful start. Really did battle back well to get it in at +2.
Major championship versus every other week. How much more mentally taxing is it?
You're exhausted. You're exhausted at the end of a round in a major championship. It puts a lot of pressure on your mind. It makes you think. The golf course, the way it's set up, is just that little bit more difficult, and you're tired at the end of a round.
Do you feel more physically tired or more mentally tired?
More mentally tired, definitely.
Nice putt right there by DJ to close out his round. At this point of the day, Jordan Spieth just wants to break that thing.
Well, we'll get a report from Dre, but I will tell you this, that from that right side, even if you do decide to lay up, it's such a difficult layup. Everything's chasing down towards that creek, and these guys are severely out of position.
Dre, do they have any shot?
Jordan's looking like he may want to hit something low, but there's not a lot of room. If he gets through it all, it's going to be a little bit of luck, a lot of skill, but he's going to have to keep this down, and he's going to have to start it at the water left, and hopefully it stays down and cuts a little bit to get up that neck.
Dre, how much has he got to shape this?
Maybe 5 to 10 yards. I'll be closer to 5 here. But, I mean, the main thing, he's just got to keep it down. He keeps looking out to the left like maybe that's what he should be doing. But I would not be shocked if this clips at something. And he just didn't get it to cut.
Oh, got lucky.
All in all, that's actually a pretty good result right there. And he can get that ball up and down.
Ludvig has the same window here, but being on the pine straw, it's so hard to keep your stance. You immediately go to a dance stance revolution if you do not keep your feet stable. Very easy for them to slide out.
anytime you're trying to cut the ball as well, it's very difficult to keep it down. That ball wants to rise. So you see Patrick Reed playing quickly. And a good solid shot from him, pin high left of the hole.
I'm really shocked that Ludvig is taking this shot on. And that clips trees, trying to get back to the fairway. It will not. Right rough.
Looked like that ball settled down in that right rough as well. It's going to be a tricky third shot to judge how that lie is going to come out. Take a look here at the other angle. Just clips a couple branches on the way through.
For Åberg now, trying to get up and down, really take 6 out of the equation.
Yeah, that's it, right? You want to, at worst, you make 5. You make 5, you still shoot even par, which is a good solid opening round. You just don't want to make 6 and leave that awful taste in your mouth coming into that second round.
You think any advantage going late early versus early late?
I would say late early might be a little bit of the better wave right now, just because these guys that played early this morning, the golf course is going to be a lot firmer tomorrow afternoon, especially if we do get some breezes as they're expected.
You could see, I mean, each one of them before, when you saw Justin Thomas take off his hat, like just looked beat up, exhausted.
It's a mental test. It's a mental test for 5+ hours out there. And, you know, this golf course is so exacting, as we've talked about all day, and you just can't let your guard down at any point.
It's tough to have an exacting golf course when it's a par 71 and 7,600 yards.
That's exactly it. And there's just not a lot of gimme holes. There are some birdie holes out there, but you've still got to execute. You've still got to hit high quality golf shots. There's just no faking it around this golf course from start to finish. As Ludvig Oberg goes all the way up to the green, wants to find out exactly where he needs to land this.
On top of that, with the mental test, Brendan, there's a lot of up and down around this course, and the fairways played soft early in the day. It just seems like you're kind of walking through heavy ground and having to work more doing it, but it's hot, it's humid. It's an exhausting day for these guys, on top of trying to stay in it mentally.
Yeah, it is. It's a physical test as well. It's not an easy walk around Quail Hollow. As you say, Dre, a lot of up and downs, and it's still heavy underfoot. I know the golf course has dried out a lot, but it's still heavy underfoot.
Being a major championship too, the rough is thick. 97 yards now for Åberg, trying to get it back into position.
This is beautiful here. Lands it in the perfect spot, and he's going to have a great look to save par.
And we said avoid the 6. If he can make par here, that gives you that little pep in your step to your second round.
Oh, very much so. And it's a quick turnaround for these guys. They will go out tomorrow morning.
Now the 3rd for Spieth. He is in the penalty area.
Just hasn't been hitting it that close, putting a lot of pressure on that putter the entire round.
And he's going to have to make another one of those putts in that range.
Please welcome to the 18th green from Texas, Jordan Spieth. Also from Texas, Patrick Reed.
Patrick Reed, the only one on this green in regulation. Kessler's like just one more push-up. Uh-oh, we got ducks on the green. Ducks on the green. They're lost. The water's the other way. Sorry, my friend's a little bit slow. The town's that way.
And they couldn't care less that Patrick Reed's got a birdie putt right now.
They're like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure there was like a pond here a couple of days ago. Now Patrick Reed for his birdie.
Great location to putt from, uphill the entire way.
Just needs to go. Runs out of speed. It will be a 4 for Patrick Reed. And a hard-working round of 72.
Jordan's got another tester coming back up the hill. Should be moving to his left. Putts like the one that was made at 17. If he can get this one to fall, get out of here unscathed at 18, may be able to build some momentum heading into tomorrow.
A very similar putt to the one he just made back on the 17th hole. Up and out of that really quickly.
A bogey to end his day. In 40, a 76 +5. And now this would be a really good way to finish for Ludvig Oberg.
Still a little bit surprised that he took on that second shot from the trees. But able to get away with it. Now has this remaining inside right edge to stay in the red.
Yeah, well done there. Working man's 4 up the loss for Ludvig Oberg.
And Ludvig Oberg finishes at 1 under. He is 4 shots back of Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis, and that was a hard-earned 1 under with 2 good pars on the last 2 holes.
And that facial expression from Ludvig Oberg right there says exactly that. He looks exhausted, but gets it in the red figures.
And this is what the leaderboard looks like for the day as those guys cross the bridge, make the way into the clubhouse. We mentioned Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis both fired 66s. You got a bunch of guys at 4 under. Aaron Rye has 1 more hole to play. Keegan Bradley. It's almost like the Ryder Cup captains are saying, hey, don't forget about us. You've got Luke Donald at 4 under. Keegan Bradley at 3 under. Victor Hovland with a few more holes to play. He is at 3 under. Alex Noren just made his return from injury last week, and here he is in the top 10. Scotty Scheffler didn't have his best stuff and yet still 2 under in his opening round. It is pretty impressive what Scotty Scheffler has been able to do the first day of the 107th PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club. Featured group coverage is over and done with. Thanks for watching our ESPN Plus feature group coverage of this 2025 PGA Championship from Quail Hollow. For Brendan DeYoung, Andre Gonzalez, Joe Hallett, and the rest of our crew, hustle up! It's dinner time. Good night.